Okay. We're going to largely skip the getting ready time this today. That we're going to go a little early. I just want to make sure that I've not missed something. So, chats are up. Streams are running. YouTube, Twitch, confirmed. Audio levels for me, the game, music. Runtime is running. Posted the correct links on the Discord. Okay, I think we can jump straight in. So, I've been busy over the last week. We've done a bunch of different things. We have fully expanded this outpost. It used to be a bit bigger, but we ended up well, actually, no, yeah, we used to have 4 solar panels. We took 2 down. We've got 2 of these carbon generators here. But we're at our maximum footprint. You'll notice no energy is being consumed. That's because I've turned everything off. There's a reason for that. We'll get to it. We also expanded our secondary base over here. Got all of that nice and done. We've managed to get our exploration level up to level 4, our science up to level 4, our social up to level 2, technology is level 3 at the minute. We don't have enough points to get it to level 4 at the minute. Even if we claim both of these. We're still going to be short. Yeah, even if we claim those and build everything in here that we can build, we're probably still going to be short about 100 tech points. That's only because both factories haven't been running at absolute full tilt for the last week. If they had been, maybe I would have enough, but it's not too much of a big deal. The other major things we've done, we've got ourselves a tier 3 construction tool, so we can move things around. That's not going to be relevant in the short term. We have done a bunch of corpo contracts. We have completed the 2 bulk contracts from last week and the 2 bulk contracts from this week, which gives us a nice amount of 54,000 credits. But it also gives us sufficient license points to get the first corporate base. And with access to the first corporate base, which doesn't cost us any upkeep, I don't believe. Nope, upkeep's still the same. With the first corporate base, that gives us access to being able to get the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th and the 5th, the 6th, the 7th and the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th and the 12th. We have enough funds to buy the first 2. We're not going to bother buying these because these do have upgrade costs. In order to get base capacity 1 and 2 and keep them active, we need to make sure we do at least 1 level 2 bulk order each week. There's other ways of getting corpo credits, so it's not really an issue. The bulk contract for this week, I got both of them done within 24 hours. That was helped in large part of the fact that I was already pre-producing a whole bunch of magnetic coils, and it needed a lot of magnetic coils, which also meant that I had copper wire around and other things. So yeah, we are actually technically capable of building 3 more bases, and because we're in a solo corp, they're all our bases. We don't have to share them with anyone. The question is where, which brings us to the problem that I have at the minute. You see, I got all of that done yesterday, and this morning I set out with a task in mind. I handed in the materials. I turned off all my bases because I want to move. I wanted to move down to this new sector down here. But we needed to find a location to go and start placing our base. So I went exploring. I went to this system first. This is the system that we went to. There are 4 planets here, one of them, or 3 planets here, 1 hot, and then 1 asteroid belt. The hot planet has a deposit of brine pool, and then nothing on the other 2. So we went to the next system. 4 planets. Nothing. Water planet. No deposits. No deposits. Go to the next system. 5 planets. Surely there was something here. Nope. Nope. There's another water planet. Nope. There we go. We got some coal and some brine. As you know, this is the last one I went to. I went from here to here. That was the route I took the first time round. So here. This was my first route. That's the last planet I went to. So nothing there. Then we came to here. 4 more planets. Nothing. Nothing. Water planet. Nothing. And then, just to add salt to the wound, 5 planets here. Nothing. Nothing. Water planet. Water planet. Water planet. So at this point, I had learnt a few things. I had almost destroyed my ship because these purple lines here, they have magnetic anomalies on them, which means that whenever you're warping, there's a little bit of orange bar on the health gauge. That's indicating that you might lose some HP during the warp, and you can increase your fuel consumption or reduce fuel consumption to make that bigger or smaller. If they're orange, it's a chance that you could lose that. If you go with 100% of fuel efficiency through any one of these purple lines, there is a chance you will lose 100% of your health. I highly doubt that you'll ever get that. The first jump I did nothing, but this jump here took 33% of my health off. So for any of these jumps, you probably want to be feeding like 140 fuel to mitigate the risk. 150, I think, entirely removes the risk. But yeah, after also getting pelted with asteroids because I decided to leave an asteroid belt with my shield on, but not paying attention, just letting my ship cruise out, it almost destroyed my ship. So we came in here this time to have another look. So out of those first 4 planets, we found 1 that had any kind of deposits on it. Coming here, first planet we went to, I think it was this one. 3 deposits. These come in 2 groups, brine pool, coal and iron. Good, that's a better start. And then we have brine pools here, and then nothing and nothing. So we went to the second system. 3 planets in here. Also 3 asteroid belts, but they're not going to have deposits on them. Nope. Nope. And nope. Next one along the list. 4 planets. Nope. Water planet. Nope. Water planet. Next one. 2 planets. Nope. Nope. Next one. Just the 2 planets again. Nope. Nope. You can see where this is going. 4 planets here. Nope. Water planet. Nope. Water planet. I think this one may have actually also been a water planet. It's just not showing traditional water resources. Now, water planets are not very useful. If you have 1 in like 2 jump drains, that's all you're going to need. They only spawn specific things. Mostly the things you can get are reductions, which are basically just raw forms of that ore. There is actually a tungsten one, as well as an aluminium one. But the other things that you'll find, or the only thing, or the things you'll find specific to water planets are turquoise clumps, zircon, and I think there's a particular kind of crystal, but it's too far down. I didn't have the health to go down and scan it. But they're very rare, so I don't think they're going to be that useful in the long term. Zircon currently doesn't have any uses that I'm aware of, and similarly, turquoise is only used to be sold. So that system was a bust, so now we needed to head back. We went through here. Nothing in that one. Nothing in that one. That's another water planet. Nothing on that one. This one does have coal and brine. Coal and brine isn't a bad combination, because brine pools, as well as being able to convert them into water directly, you can also use them to get mercury, and you need mercury for lightweight frames, which are part of the final tier of available, as far as my tech tree is currently showing me. They're part of the very light alloys. We can't currently see anything beyond this, but mercury is needed in this, and you can get that from briny water. So it's useful, and having it right next to coal means that we can also use it to straight up produce carbon superfuel for carbon generators. So that's where we stand. I wanted to move to this system, but we've explored not quite half of this. Most of the systems are in this middle section here, and we found 4 nodes total out of over, I don't know, 40 planets. And we found no copper, no aluminium, no dense resources of any sort, no titanium, which is the thing that I was mainly looking for. Would also be very, very handy if we could find vanadium. But we found nothing of the sort. So yeah, the sheer lack of deposits in this area is making me question the plan to move here. Because if we come over to this section here that we've been living in, and we pick, I think this one here is a good one, then that has dense iron deposits, that has aluminium and copper, that has coal and iron, that one doesn't have anything. So 3 out of 4 in that system have something. That has nothing, that has 2, that has nothing, that has nothing. 1 in that system. Come over to this one here. That one we haven't scanned. That one there, isn't it? This is the one. Nothing there, but we have dense there, we have dense there, we have 3 things there. So there's always at least 1 in every system here, or on average 1 or 2 across the entire system, or the entire sector. There's 1 or 2 resources. But over here, nope. It's like 1 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're looking at less than a 50% chance of finding any kind of deposit so far. There's plenty of systems left. So what we're going to do is, because I still want to follow through on this idea, we're going to come down here to this one here, and then loop to here, to here, to here. And we'll try and make our way around. We'll see when our fuel is going to run out. Speaking of which, our ship has been upgraded. We're still using titanium bits, so we're basically we're not quite at the limit that you can build a ship, because how big you can build a ship is dependent upon, I think, some calculation between the ship's mass versus its frame. And that's all done as part of assembly. So these blocky components come down here. We have an integrity of 34.6%. This can go down as low as 20% and no lower. The lower this goes, the less hull you have. But I'm fairly sure that this is a faction or some kind of calculation based upon the total weight of the square components, or the actual, what do they refer to them as? The hull components are referred to them as. So the total mass of those, which is this left-hand number here, divided by the frame or the frame value of these parts. So if I select one, we have a frame value and we have a weight value. And I think it's some relationship between these two. If you get something with a higher frame, then you'll be able to support more weight. But steel doesn't have much in the way of boost to frame. So we could expand this a little bit more, but we may as well wait until we have access to titanium parts, which we could start making, but I want to be able to mass produce them over the week. Hence the desire to find a new location. I just would like to move everything to that location so it's all nearby. This was the plan. We'll see whether or not we can keep that plan going. But yeah. So yeah, this is our ship. It is a pale imitation with our current parts of Frontier Elite 2s. That's a old 90s version, not not Elite Dangerous, one of its predecessors. A pale imitation of the Imperial Courier from that game. It looks a little bit more like the Imperial Courier from the current game. The problem we have with trying to build it, though, is that we can't rotate parts. We can only flip them. Because we need to add much larger sloped wings here to get to the nacelles down here, is how we need to build it. But there's no, like, sideways parts. So the only way that we can do it is by using probably going to be these ones. But these don't have... there's a limit to the types of slopes you can have. And none of these slope sideways. We need to be able to slope them sideways. I slope it on this angle here. So we can put one here, one here, one here, one here, one here, one here to create an angled wing to the nacelle. But we can't do that. So that's what this is here for. But that's a problem for later because this is as big as we can get it. In terms of internal components, it's currently being stripped apart so that I can add more fuel tanks. It has a generator and a shield generator. This is running at a system of 600 or 6,000 with, what is it, 95% efficiency in it. So it's a nice little ship, and we can reconfigure these when we actually start need to move in stuff. We have a whole bunch of these. These are medium cargo holds. We may need to make some more if we do find a location to move to. But if we don't, I don't know what I'm going to do, because that was the plan. The plan was to move down there. Let's see if we can find anything of value. It does look a little silly. I'm in two minds about this cockpit. We have a new cockpit that you haven't seen last time, and it does have an internal rendering. But as you might be able to tell, it has some issues. This is not the only issues that this cockpit has, the flickering from the lights. It's also a shaded cockpit, because if we look at it from the outside, you'll notice there isn't actually any glass here. Basically, this is kind of a Gundam cockpit. These are all screens, supposedly. We also have the fact that we are gripping our stick here and our throttle here, and sure, that works. The actual center that we're looking at, so where that mark is, if I boost, it moves to the side. That's also not where we're flying. That's not forward. Forward is a little bit above. It's about there at the minute. The other issue we have is if we take this ship to in first-person view and dock, and then get back into the ship, it doesn't turn off the rendering of the cockpit, the external cockpit, so you can see the internal or parts of the internal cockpit going straight the way through the middle of this. And similarly, if we land and get out of it from inside, then the external part doesn't render. But anyway, let's get going. Early access. They've also had a number of issues this week with releasing patches that have borked things and caused the servers to either get into crash loops or just kick people out. Okay, I believe we are heading to there. Now, as you can see, that entire bar is yellow. If I was to warp with 100% fuel efficiency, we could potentially take the entirety of our ship's hull in damage. If, however, we increase this to 150, then we take no damage at all. I don't mind taking damage on the way back. On the way there, I prefer to avoid it. Okay. We'll probably be running 140 as we're jumping steadily on our way back. Okay, that's where we're getting to. We're going to be doing a lazy exploration. We'll probably get to exploration level 5 during the course of this quite easily. We're not that far off. Okay. Something that I'm curious about. That's exploration level 2? Huh. That makes no sense. So I did have a look. I've not had a look at the specifics of the sector map, but StarCraft.tool, SpaceCraft.tool, is it tool or tools? Has a interactive map, and it does show where all the sectors are. In fact, I do have that on here, so let me just pull up the map and turn that on. Should go over there. So it does have a full map. We're in Sector 14 here. And this is Sector 19 that we're looking at. So this is a exploration level 4. That's exploration level 4. Actually, let me just change this to any other one of these, just so that the information on it is wrong. Because the actual locations of ore deposits is apparently randomized between the servers. Interesting. Is that the one where you put our base on? Yeah, it's also got a different name. So you can see that actually has dense copper deposits there. That system is where we've placed... In fact, no, the actual systems themselves are different. Because this one here is here on ours. Okay, damn it. I wonder if there's a way that I can configure this so that it doesn't give me the detailed information if I hover over. Show grid lines, show labels, include unknown densities. That's annoying. Because I just wanted to know the layout. I don't want to know the actual specifics. So yeah, the actual locations of the individual planets are different. But yeah, this sector down here is exploration level 2 for some reason, yet this one is 4 and this one is 4. This is the one I want to build my home in, though. So that's the plan. That's where we are. So yeah, it's a little weird that that's exploration level 2. I expected that to be exploration level 5 or 6. Also another reason why I kind of wanted to be around here, but never mind. What do we have in here? We have 2 planets. That is not a water world, because water worlds do not spawn points of interest. And there's a crater right there. Okay, tells us there's bugger all on this planet. Sandstone, red quartz, white quartz, and more copper shells. I know there's so many more additional types of shells, but the only ones we found in here are the 2 we already know about. So that planet's a bust. I really think this entire sector is an absolute bust. I'm getting that distinct feeling just because of... I would have expected to have found something useful. You know what? We've been ignoring these just because they're dangerous. We have shields though, and we're fully at max health. Let's see if there's anything in the asteroid fields. Because we did... That is one thing in this region that we have found that is useful. We found platinum, which is a required resource for, I want to say... I don't think it's this. I think it's advanced frames. Yeah, we need plankton and tungsten, both of which we can get from this sector. Shields up. Okay, one unknown kind of resource here. That we've already found. Platinum, in fact. Let's get out before... That was my fault. I should have paid attention to how much energy we actually was using. Hopefully it didn't cause too much damage. That's not looking like a water world from here. In fact, I can see a point of interest. Is it the only one I can see on this side? It is, yeah. Any of those around? Not at the minute. So there's some kind of deposits here. It is a hot planet, but it is a bearably hot planet. There's something on the night side, everything else is on the main side, so if we head towards the red one. We do need to swoop by the iron things because they didn't get scanned properly. That's a little bit hit and miss. We have a upgraded version of... yeah, this is coal and brine again. So, nothing that we haven't already found. What was I in the middle of saying? Yeah, the scanners that we have are nice, but they're a little hit and miss as to whether or not they work consistently. We have the upgraded version of the scanner, which, while it has durability, let me just swing by that, does effectively mark at range what resources we're looking at. So we don't need to get close to figure out what they are. Sometimes, on an initial scan of the planet, every resource you scan that was in range immediately gets added to the scanned list. But after that initial scan, it's hit and miss as to whether or not the game picks up the fact that you've seen that resource, unless you explicitly fly over the top of it. Last bit on the last resource is in the dark side, so let's just head up and over a bit. While we wait for the sun to set. I suppose it isn't technically true that it's been largely a total bust. Our attempts to find stuff. We have found something of great interest. We found a blueprint. I'll show you it in a second. Anything else? Nope. Okay. So, nothing particularly useful in this system. So yeah, we found a blueprint, namely this one. This one is basically a gigantic battery. It's a top or a tier 3 battery, I'd assume, because it's using large module kits. I think space-wise, it's more power dense than chemical batteries. I think these are like 500 in size, or 300 in size. For 5,000. So 8 times the capacity. Not quite 8 times the size. But that's about the only thing that we found that's actually useful. Okay, we'll go here then here, so WA88. That one. 3 planets. That's a water world. That might be a water world as well. That one shouldn't be. So the reason I think that that one definitely is a water world, because you see that weird texture? I've noticed that in basically every other water world. That one could have a similar kind of effect on it, but the sun's shining off it, so it's a little harder to tell. Don't see any points of interest on this side, but the only thing we are interested in is deposits, so we'll only fully scan a planet if it's going to be easy enough to do. I.e. we're only missing one thing, and that thing isn't going to be too far away. Okay, survey says nothing. It's SpaceCraft.tools, S plural? Yeah, tools plural. The only thing missing is in that blue one, which we can hyperbolic flight to. It is community driven though, so the information on it is only as accurate as people have been filling it in. I am just choosing not to use it for the information, like where to find resources, because this is as much a game about exploration, or there's a heavy exploration aspect to this game, and it kind of feels like it defeats the point to use it to explicitly find resources. Where is that point of interest? There it is. It's the only reason I'm not using it. But I'm old and stubborn. Okay. Let's check the 2 worlds. Some meters. I really should think ahead a little. If this entire area turns out to actually be a bust, this one here is the only exploration level 6 area that I'm aware of. I don't know where there's an exploration level 5, but it must be like on the other side of these. So maybe we move over to here, but that's a little bit too far away from where we can get the... this is a water world. Where we can get our bulk orders. Although I suppose we are getting to the point where we can... We're almost to the point where we can get around that. So when you get to exploration level 5, you get access to something that I think is effectively just fast travel. So, not going to bother scanning the rest of that. You get access to this, the space-time hole punching, which basically allows you to set up 2 locations to create a fast travel tunnel. It says travel through with their regular FTL engines, which makes me think it's still going to consume fuel. But this would allow me to immediately move from one side of the galaxy or the sector or whatever to the other. We also have access to this, which has an ability on it, teleport back, which allows me to set effectively or bind a spawn point, and push a button and just free teleport immediately back to it. So at the very least we have a way to save half a trip. But I think the thing to do would be to set up a teleportation base on I forget the name of it. It's Saw something. Set up a teleportation base here. Because this is where we get bulk orders from, so set up a teleportation base here. Then we can just immediately jump back here. Absolutely another water world. Why are there so many water worlds in this sector? When they're so useless? Or of limited use at the moment. That is all 3. Yes, we haven't fully explored them, but we're not trying to. VM517. Must be directly behind the planet. There it is. Five planets. That looks like a water world. So does that one. Yeah, apparently right next to an asteroid field. Beneath us. Since it's nearby, and it's nearby that planet there that we're going to need to ping anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's the other one? Actually, that's nearer. We'll go here to there. Yeah, here to there to there. This doesn't look like a water world, I don't think. Nope, no deposits. I want to go through the effort of scanning everything if we come all the way along here and find nothing. Because at that point we have scanned half the system. found titanium rocks, but we've not found any kind of titanium ore nodes. Let's not overcook things this time. I think there's more asteroids or more micrometeorites in these. Okay, that's a resource we've already found. Let's get out of here. Our shield's about to fail. At the very least they do more damage, so I think to be safe in one of these we're going to need to actually have more than one shield. We got out as it failed. So we didn't actually take much damage, thankfully. That one's going to be nearer. It's just going to be a ping and go, so we ain't going to find any deposits here. Maybe we'll get a full scan with one ping. Not quite. There, then that lines us up to bounce to those. There's got to be a exploration rank 5 sector somewhere. I've seen there's at least 2 4s. We've seen a 6. There's got to be a 5. If we unlock 5, do we go to the Sector 5, or Exploration Sector 5, find wherever that is? We have 2 things to find here. White quartz, red quartz. Is that radio? It says 2. Okay, now it says that we already found them. I think just re-land on a planet I had already come from. I did, I went back to one we went before. Damn it. That's where we meant to go. So yeah, if this area is a bust, which is looking like it is, maybe we go poke our head around the Exploration 5 zone. See if we can find more ore patches over there. More deposits. The fact I haven't found any copper or aluminium is strange. We're missing one, which is just a random thing that's going to spawn anywhere. find it. Coal are we missing? No, we have sandstone, coal, and the shells. Doesn't say it's in the dark side, doesn't say it's a point of interest. Which might mean that it's graphite. It is. You know, I did bring... Hey, there's 5. We can't see a 6, though. We know that a 6 exists. We did actually bring our mining laser with us. And I do need more of this. Since there's so much of it here. I mostly equip the laser just in case we needed additional coal. Maybe it's there next, aren't we? I wonder if this sector doesn't have many deposits because the devs are planning to put deposits here at a later date. That looks like a very hot planet. You sure that's not a sun? It's actually not that hot. I think it still counts as hot. Yeah, it's going to be... So at least that's been consistent to this area. Pretty much all of the deposits are on hot planets, period. And this is coal and iron again. Is that all there's here? Yeah, just coal and iron. Have I found a cold planet in this area at all? I had a feeling you'd be sneaking around behind here. I don't think I found a coal... Huh. I didn't see it give me the experience for that. Oh, because our exploration is capped. Exploration is the artist. Am I missing something? I've not been given a quest or something, have I? No, I think he just caps at 5 in a minute. So we can't get to the level 6 areas. That does imply that that's going to be... Are we going to be able to level it up further in the future? Oh, is that how you get to it? Okay. The thing I was concerned about was simply that there's clearly an experience amount here, and if I continue to explore, I'm not getting any experience for doing it. There's plenty of planets around, so it's not really going to be a problem, but I'd prefer it that if the intent is to expand it in the future, if I've explored enough at that point to get to the next level, it just gives me the next level. But I don't think it's going to. Well, we found the deposits here. It's the only thing we're looking for. We're just looking for deposits. That might be a water world. It's hard to tell from this side of it. No, I think it isn't, because I think that's a point of interest. Is it? No, this is a water world. The splotches are spawning in. So this isn't going to have anything useful on it either. Fully explored in one ping. Let me just double check. I want to make sure that every single deposit we found has been on a hot planet. And then there was 2 over here. 1 here. Feel like there was 1 more somewhere? Apparently not. Okay, so all the deposits are on hot planets, and 30 to 50% of the planets are water worlds. ZW77. I think if we find one more planet, or if we find one more planet that has a deposit, and it's a hot planet, and it has one of those 3 resources, or all 3 of those resources, we're going to give up. Because at that point, we have enough data points to say that the only things we're going to find over here, as far as deposits are concerned, is iron, coal, and brine. And that this entire area is not really that useful for a major base. We'll see. Well, to move our operations, and that being the case, then we will explore further afield, which will be more of a pain in the arse to move our entire setup, which is what the plan was. It's a cool planet. It's cool in the upper atmosphere. Seen any deposits though? Nope. 1 degree, so it's not actually considered a cold planet. Which, if that is the case, that the only things over here are the aforementioned things, then I've got to imagine they're planning to do something else with this area in the future. Because otherwise there's basically nothing over here other than shipwrecks with potentially decent loot in them. Working on the assumption that they have blueprints. 1 second, I just want to pin the netting down. It's breezy outside. Which I don't mind, it's a warm day, so it's nice to have a breeze, but there's a bit too much breeze coming through. Plus, I'm worried about the thunderflies. So, hot planets. No deposits. Titanium, wolfram, brine geysers, usual stuff. We have other places that we can get wolfram. We can get that from my previous area. And as for titanium stuff, we can get that from the asteroid belts in the previous area. Although we really would like a deposit. So, nothing there. Oh, there's only 2 here. I thought there was 3. Okay, next up. VQ63. Okay, that's a water world. That's a water world. That, I think, isn't. Two asteroid belts. We don't have. Aluminium reduction, tungsten reduction. We don't really have a way to stay underwater for any length of time to use this as any kind of a location to gather tungsten from. There's that crystal. Actually, is that the same crystal? The one we haven't scanned? No, that's gigantic diamonds. That's something else. Turquoise over there. Did it add either of those? It did add both of those. I wonder if gigantic diamond was the thing we was missing on some of those other planets. But it's not something that exclusively spawns underwater. I do need to come back here and mine some for the lab experience more than anything else. Yep, that's everything. A point of interest to nosedive on. Maybe that? No. Nothing obvious, at least. Again, no deposits at all. Where's our next jump? To here. What's our fuel levels? We're not even at half yet, we're fine. I wanted to build our base down here explicitly because it was out of the way. This was the plan. But if there's nothing here... At least nothing here that we can currently use. There are other ways of getting water than the brine. The brine is mostly useful for the mercury you can get from it. For the aforementioned light frames. But we do not have the money to get that technology, so it is not currently useful to us. Titanium and vanadium. Two things I was hoping to find here, but I'm guessing I'm going to have to go to an entirely different sector. Three quartz and the like. Okay. Nothing there. NO18. This. There's nothing stopping us from building our corporate HQ somewhere down here. But it just means that we're not going to be able to have all of our other resources nearby, which was what I wanted. I wanted to move so everything was nearish to each other. None of these look like water worlds at least, but yeah, maybe that one does. I don't know. Hard to tell from the dark side. Can't see the splotches. Temperate world with no deposits. Is that a point of interest there? No, it can't be, it's way too big. Points of interest largely do look like they've just been pasted straight on top of the planet when you're looking at them from space. Okay, another temperate planet. No deposits. found all the resources that I suspect we're going to find in this area, so there's no point continuing to scan around. Should buy and install the toggle booster. Holding down shift at the minute. Can't temper planet, no deposits. We did apparently find a bunch of different resources, but it's all stuff we've seen before, including a shell we've seen before. I mean, if this area is supposed to be work in progress, I would have liked a message that said this area does not currently have anything useful in it. You may want to come back later. Okay, that's not strictly true. There is useful stuff here. It's just compared to everywhere else, there's nowhere near as much of it. And I highly doubt we can't get brine from elsewhere or platinum from elsewhere. Oh yeah, I should grab some red and white quartz if I see them and this laser's capable of it, just to make sure they're not unique and isn't going to give me a resource I don't have yet. Kind of assuming that they would just give me quartz. No deposits. Onward. That was all of these planets. Yep. DP13. Lucky guess. I see 3 planets. There are 3 planets. 2 belts. That's Waterworld. Can't tell on that one from this range. This one is not. I think that's a point of interest. Yeah. And nothing again. All iron. Of my lab research has been done. Not yet. We have 3 things running. We should have Pyrite 4 running and then these 2 running. That should finish soon. Takes 12 hours. Should be about done. How close are we for next science level? If we get all of those combined and we get 10 diamonds, we can probably bring science up to 5 as well. one not in range. Never mind. It's not like we get the experience at the minute for it. Okay, that doesn't look like a water world, in fact. I wonder if there's an easy way to tell whether or not a planet is a hot planet in space. Again, water planets we can tell because they have that splotchy effect on them. Where was the last hot planet? There's one down here. Explicitly a grey one. Isn't necessarily a telling factor. That's a red one. Yeah, I don't think there's an easy way to tell without having to go in there first. Temper planet. No deposits. It's the 3 here. So my routing gets awkward. We should grab this, otherwise we're just going to encircle it. BY 31. Stop rotating camera. There it is. Okay. Oh, there's a water world. 4 planets. 4 planets. That one's weird colouring. I've not seen one with that colouring before. Doesn't necessarily mean that's indicative of anything. I'm curious. And that's all 6 in one go. I see a point of interest from here. I think I see one on the backside right there. There might be a crater there as well. Yeah, that's a point of interest. It looks like it's pasted on. That's nothing. We only have the one ship at the minute, but my long-term plan is to have a ship specifically for going to the dark side of planets. This is just equipped for exploration in general, although this is apparently not far enough into the dark side of the planet to matter. We do, however, have some kind of resource nodes here. Coal deposits, which probably means it's for brine deposits. And this is a hot planet. From coal, magnetite. I wonder why the brine deposits don't show up. Solo not equal to single player. Or offline. Solo just means you're playing on your own. Outside of a group. Yeah. Brine pool. Okay, so that basically confirms it. The only things we're going to find in this sector is coal deposits, iron deposits, and brine pools. And we are only going to find them on hot planets. So we cannot move our factory here. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Because we have no access to copper or aluminium. We could poke our head around this other tier 4 area. Although I think what we'll do is we'll go a bit further afield. We'll head in the other direction. We'll see if we can find a exploration level 5 area. There's got to be one. You should be specific about what you're saying. You won't play games that force you to play online. Multiplayer explicitly requires you to be playing with other people, and while there are other people around, I am most certainly not playing with them. This is why there's specific definitions. Solo, online, offline. That's perfectly legitimate thinking. But it causes confusion. If you're not clear. Scudus. I totally understand that. Other people are absolutely terrible. Secundus. Which is not what that says, but that'll do. There's absolutely still places in the places in civilized society, or what's the proper correct way to phrase that? Places in first world countries where internet connections are still absolutely terrible, and any kind of game with an online connection is just a bad time waiting to happen. Okay, we did pick up a few bits and pieces. We've got some graphite crystals. I don't think we've got quite enough to have 200, though. What was I missing to be able to get? We might head back briefly. We have 6 diamonds. So we only need another 4. So long as we can mine them with an overclocked high laser, which we don't currently own, then I could go and grab them, or grab the 4 that we were missing. We do need to make a fuel drip first. 111? Yeah, 111 will get us back without a problem. From here. I just decided not to make it because at the time I didn't think I had the time to collect together the resources. I probably have the resources between this base and the other one. Let's drop those over. Do we have a 200? Oh, we're so close. We can collect the rest of that as we're going out to get 3 more diamonds. Okay, so working backwards, I'm gonna need fact, let me just grab all the things I could potentially need. So this shouldn't need those. We'll need 4 of these. I don't think we currently have sufficient enough crystal parts, but we have enough crystal things to make them. Probably need all of those. Don't think we need those, but we'll grab them anyway. Do I still have some wire spare? No, we've run out of wire. We have some wire over at the other base if we need it. Let's see how far we can get. Okay. I need 10 iron specifically. So, for those of you slightly confused about what's happening, that's what I'm actually looking at. I have a triple monitor system, and because of the way this game handles its UI, it spawns things on the left and the right screen. But that is, of course, unreadable at the resolution you're likely watching at. So I try to flick between them. So we need 20 strong metal sheets. That will allow us to get the medium module kit. Although I may need I think this also needs graphite. Graphene rather. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One module kit. Okay. And then 8 hyper lenses. We are going to need to go and fetch some more wire, because I don't think I have... Yeah, no, we only have a handful of copper here. It's fine, the factory's still producing it, so... we will need to put some things away. Do we have any crystallines? No. It's going to take a bunch of quartz, which I think we have. Yeah. And we'll make these as and when. Pyrite. Do I have 8 pyrite? We don't. We do not currently have enough resources to do this. Where's the nearest place I can get more pyrite? Probably back in the starting sector is the nearest place. I don't think there's any in this sector that I've found. Actually, is that true? I don't think that's true. It might still be nearer in the other sectors. But I feel like there's a planet with sulfur on it. And that also comes with pyrite. I never scanned any of these when I was going through. Okay, none of them. These ones have all been scanned. Nope. 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 I mean, we need to head back anyway. We're almost out of fuel. I was sure I had seen... Apparently not. Pyrite in this area. Somewhere. But if I have, I can't see it at the minute. So we need to head back for pyrite. 24... Okay, if we head back to here, we can get pyrite from this system anyway. We need the fuel. Let's put the module kit in here. And we'll gather together anything else we're going to specifically need. Silicon ingots, that's... We have loads of quartz, so that's not actually a concern. But that's 9 quartz per hyperlens. We need 8 of them. It's almost 100. Bit off, but... And then the other thing we need is 10 coils. Okay. So we'll leave 10 coils in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And everything else can go back in its container for now. This had all of this and these. And this is where we got the structural beams from. Okay. Let's go get refuel, get an additional bit of pyrite. I'm going that way. I believe I can grab some graphene. Graphite. The wrong way round. On one of the planets in this system. I want to say that one. Yes. From here? From there. There's a piece. stock up with a little bit of the coal that we're using to feed this power plant. Only a couple. I think this planet over here also has some. In fact, all three of these planets do, or... that one's the better source. We'll collect them on the way back. Where are we heading? I think we're behind this planet. I don't usually take this route. Rodala. Yeah. It's behind the planet. There it is. Corpos. Give me a second. Let me just confirm my route. So, you can create a one-man corpo. I apologise for the screen. Basically, by doing requests, specifically bulk orders, you'll get access to these license points. Once you have 100 of them, you can unlock this Corporation HQ, which gives you one new base. That's free. It's for your corporation, which if you're the only person in it, basically makes it another personal base for yourself. If you continue on and get to this one as well, then all of your corporation bases get extra footprint, and you get the access to the command center, which is ludicrously expensive to build, but will also increase the footprint, I don't know how much by, of one base. So that's how you get, or that's how you get 4. You can get 3 by leveling up tech, albeit the third one is at level 5, so that takes ages. To get access to a 5th base, because this will be the 4th one, you then need to work on corpo permits. These require corpo credits to unlock, which you can get by just transferring money in, but again, bulk orders are a good way to get this, and they require upkeep per day. But the first one gives +1, the second one gives +2, third one gives +3, gives you a second one, this gives you a third and a fourth. So in total, you can have 15, but outside of the 4th one, so the first corpo one, you need to pay an upkeep, which means you do need to keep feeding money into it to keep them online, which is going to get progressively harder in theory to maintain, but the more bases you have, the more automated production you can make, so you can work around that. Yeah, the upkeep is definitely going to be a concern beyond the first 2. Should be down, yeah. So, or rather, yeah, the first 2 that require upkeep. The first one is obviously free, it doesn't require any upkeep. But the second 2 combined cost somewhere around about 12,000 a week, which is how much one bulk contract costs, or how much you get for one bulk contract. Where are you? There it is. So 2's probably manageable. And at that point you have 5. If you can get to the point where you can actually do this one here that I'm now looking at, hydraulic actuators, this one's 23,000, and that will allow me to run, in theory, that one. Yeah, that'll be enough to run that each week as well, which is another 2 bases. So if you set things up correctly, you can do it, but you will need to be logging on at least once a week to feed resources, otherwise you lose the bases. Your permitted bases. But yeah, the cost-wise, you pay to unlock it, and once you've unlocked it, you pay the upkeep for that permit specifically. So each one will start adding up. Okay, I don't think I have anything I want to drop off here, do I? No. We are just here to refuel. No worries. Is that just Barclays telling me that they received my payment for my credit card? It is good. Okay, one of these planets, I believe, has a pyrite-bearing stone on it. And if it's not here, it's next to it. That one does. It is in any of the points of interest. This isn't the best place to get pyrite. The best place I've found to get pyrite has actually been this planet here. So if you exit out of that station, you're looking largely at this node here. And this node here has a whole bunch of copper and a whole bunch of this stuff here that gives pyrite 50% of the time. That's how I managed to get 200 to have that working. It gives copper ore the other half of the time. I think this is the one. This one and that there. And then we can use this to get the upgraded laser, go and get 3 more diamonds, and then put the diamonds and the graphite in the lab. And in theory, it won't be today, I don't think, because it's still got at least 5 hours worth of work behind it. Am I not in the right point of interest? I am not seeing... Oh no, they're behind us. In theory, that'll give us enough lab experience to get a lab up to level 5. We'll just mine a lot of these. It'll give us enough. Don't think it's going to give us enough copper to just straight up make the wire we'll need. So we'll grab the charcolite as well, because that's largely copper. $21 pyrite, more than enough. Okay. Let's start making our way back. Is that behind the planet? Must be. Rotating the camera game. Nope, I'm blind. Where are you? Or am I looking for the wrong name? There it is. This is the route back. I won't worry about grabbing the graphite while I'm here. We'll see if we can't get some from the well, back in that other sector. That we have now decided is not a good or suitable place for moving our base. And we'll have to explore further and find another location. I don't suppose I'm in any position to make that, am I? Titanium part casing. We don't have the 20 cores. It's going to depend upon how many of those we can make. 12 heavy beams. That's also 12 heavy beams. Just 2B titanium. We probably don't have the vanadium. We have a decent amount of vanadium, just from all the coal we've been mining. But we definitely need a vanadium deposit. Okay, let's see if we have enough stuff. It's going to be easiest just to grab all the crystals out of there. You should still be set up for that. You run the copper through. Oh, we have 50 vanadium ingots. I didn't realise we had quite that many. We probably do have enough stuff to make that then. But for the cores, I don't think we have enough cores. It's not going to appear in here, is it? Oh no, there it is. We have the cores already as well. So it's just the differential lenses or whatever they're called. And it's a higher tier cockpit than what we're using at the minute. The cockpit we're using at the minute is good for ice worlds. We may as well get rid of the concrete since it's in our inventory. We are going to need a bunch of concrete that we don't currently have. One more. Okay. Let's put away the spare stuff. The ingots can go in here. Concrete doesn't go in here. The iron ingot goes in here. At least for now. Concrete away before I forget. Goes in there. Okay, then we collect all the gems and what else. grab everything in here other than the diamonds because we don't want to accidentally spend them. Grab these as well. Okay. I made 5 of... Oh, they're cheap enough. Okay, I think we can actually make that as well then. First things first, the laser. That is not going to be anywhere near enough copper wire. We'll make what we can and see where we end up. It's 2 focuses, 3, so that's 1 hyperlens. Two hyperlens. Yeah, we're gonna need like 50 more, I think. Maybe 100 more, actually. It shouldn't be a problem. I threw like a stack of 200 copper into the other factory. Six of. So no, we only do need another 50 wire. And hopefully the overclocked one will mine gigantic diamonds. If it doesn't, then never mind. We have it for later. Why can I smell vinegar? Must be something that the builders are doing or burning or something. It smells vinaigrette-esque. Why can't I get this kind of nice breeze when it's actually very hot? At the minute it's just nice and warm, and the breeze is making it nice and mild. I mean, in theory, we technically have enough, but I've modded the other laser. I don't really want to use it. Okay, so now we need to figure out these bits. I need the silicon. We'll use the graphite crystals to get us the H matrices, and they're 9 apiece. Now we need the quartz for other things. The aquamarines we can use. We don't have another use for aquamarines. Two. We will make 5 of and see where they are after that. Okay. We have some M matrices. Make another 2 sets. And then we need the pyrite ones. These we need in the same amount as the crystalline focuses. So that gives us 18. Enough for 6. Need to make some silicon ingots. I shouldn't have turned... Yeah, I should have kept some of them. Never mind. We'll convert the quartz. How many do we need? 36. No. 42. This is going to take a while. Okay, can I have 40 in there? Sorry. Keep the spare wire on us for now. Put these in here. Will that go in there? Yeah, we still have a little bit of room. Okay. Let's go get some more copper wire. You can see it there in a minute. I was mentioning earlier that that cockpit has problems. As you can see, it's showing the internal cockpit rather than the external cockpit. That's what it looks like on the inside. On the outside, it's supposed to look like that. I am surprised this is still smelting. I thought I turned off the mines. Well, we have 1,000 wire. But that means you're still running. You shouldn't be running. I have sworn I turned it off. Because again, the plan initially is to remove both these bases and move everything elsewhere. You just can't go to the sector that I wanted to move to because there's sweet apple or apple there. Sweet FA, that's what it is. That's how that saying goes. Okay. Can't bring all the copper wire with us. Let's just bring a chunk of it. They can make some more of them. What are they called? Magnetic thingies. Because we always need more motors. I might have to remove something. in order to fit this laser on. Even if we upgrade the cockpit at the same time, because I think the cockpit will give me an extra 200 system. But the laser's an extra 400. We need another 6 more of these. Unless my math is wrong. No, 24. Yeah, that's right. Okay. We can currently craft 3 of these, which will at least let us make the unupgraded version. And then let's have a look at this. We're using the cocoon currently, which is system support 200. Oh, this gives us a nice chunk of frame as well. And that's system support 400. It doesn't have the extra heat dissipation or the heat generation facility. But the teleport back is such a nice thing to have. It means I don't need to make specific allowances to have enough fuel to get back to somewhere I can refuel. We can just bind to one of the stations and warp straight back to it. Yeah, the lack of that heat generation. If exploring is our game, then we probably shouldn't swap the cocoon out at the minute. Okay. So, need to get to 18. And I think that's enough. Ah no, we only counted for we only counted for the things that we needed for the 6 that we could craft previously. So we need another, I want to say 6? 12 actually, probably another 12. I think we were crafting 42, we would need 48. So we need another 6. So we need 24 from here. So while that takes a moment, Wrong scene. That one. Turn that back on. So this is why we would want brine water. For the lack of anything else over there to make this stuff. We can't afford to unlock this anyway. What did I want to look at? I wanted to have another quick peek at the map. Yeah, I'm assuming this means that there's stations in these sectors. I don't know what the colour coding around the ring is supposed to mean, because that's the same colour as that. That's a well, that one there is exploration rank 2, but then so is this, so is this, so is this. So the border doesn't indicate the exploration rank. I know that this is still 2, we know that this is 4. This is 6, so if there's a 5, it's probably somewhere here. Suppose what we can do is, yeah, if we go get our diamonds and what graphite we need for research, head back to here to refuel. We'll come to here, jump over to this one here, make our way around. From here, or if we go to all those 3, we'll be able to see what level these sectors are. We know what level, or we won't know what level sector that is though. So am I better off going this way round? Go over this, through here, and up there. And then if we need to, head back that way. Do some kind of loop. We went over the amount of silicon we needed to make by 1. Assuming that we mathed right. Did we math right? Survey says no. What are we missing? Okay, we did we mathed wrong. We only need 30 more. So we've got 4 spare. We are low on pyrite. Not just pyrites. What else do we need more of? We have plenty of M's. We need some more H's. We've got enough there for 2. If we use aquamarine, which we still have some spare of, then we need another 3. If that isn't enough, then we'll use quartz for the best. There's our 5. And the other thing it needed was the magnetic coils. So in theory, once 3 more of these are done, we can see whether or not this laser is enough to mine gigantic diamonds, of which we need to find 3. Perfect. Okay, let's stash some stuff. Yeah, we've got extra copper going, so we may as well throw it in here, and then this will get fed to all of those and make us some more magnetic coils, more motors. Okay, right, we just need to fit this thing. And then maybe remove something else. Can't remove another battery because we don't have the power generation. I mean, we may not be able to use this laser in the dark side of the planet anyway, with our current battery or current setup. Let's take the shield off for now. Okay, that's nice. That'll do. Power generation's still going to be an issue. The batteries aren't going to keep it running for long. But that'll be enough for exploration and everything we're planning on doing. Let's put this away in our parts chest. We can get some more carbon out there if we need it. So, first things first. Can we get giant diamonds from any one of these three? Nope. 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 That's a water world anyway. Nope. 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 So we're going to have to go one system deep at least. No. No. There we go. There's some on that planet. I assume it's in the point of interest. In both points of interest there and there. There is graphite on there as well. We have our targets. So the route to there is actually easiest to go through Salvo. Oh, this is the other bug. This is the opposite bug that I was referring to earlier. If you remember earlier, I was saying that it didn't rend or didn't correctly, or was showing the wrong cockpit while it was landed. This is the other problem. It is showing the external cockpit still from the internal view. Let me fix it just by going out. Okay. This cockpit is a little buggy, which is why I'm tending not to use it that much. Here to here. To here. We're not going very deep, so we may as well use maximum fuel. To here. And it was the brown planet, wasn't it? That one. I want to say it's definitely that one. Specifically red and blue. So the red one is that big one there. The blue one is somewhere along the day-night set day-night line. We're looking at, I want to say this one. So, could be either way. Okay, yeah, it's this way. There it is. Hopefully we can find 3. That's all we need. And then we can go exploring. Find all of the sectors. We're not going to sweep all of the sectors, but we'll find all the sectors so we can figure out what levels they are. And if we can find a level 5 one, we will see about moving in. In other words, we will go scan it. See if there's actually anything there for us. I see 2. This laser is not powerful enough to mine gigantic diamonds. This is as powerful a laser as we can currently make. Never mind. Guess we'll just have to manually mine a bunch more coal until we get that last 3 diamonds. It was a consideration. Never mind. We'll head towards that in the hopes that we find some graphite. See if we can't get 200 of that so that we can send that to the lab instead. Graphite's going to look a lot like coal. We probably need another 20. So this is the other thing I don't like about the cockpit. You would have noticed, right? Dark. I kind of wish this was a little less shaded on the inside. It makes seeing things from a distance a bit more of a problem. Specifically seeing things like points of interest on planets from distance. With the cockpit view, it's so much easier to get you in range of the resources you're trying to mine without smashing into the ground. Okay, it's over there. $25, so that's more than enough, but we may as well collect some more since it's here. And then I'll have a look to see if there's a planet on the way back that has red and white quartz. Just to see if we can mine them and to see if they give us anything new that we can throw in the lab. Okay, let's angle up. I feel like this one had some. No. This one? There, red, white. Just make sure we can't get it from here. So we're going to have to go out of our way. Okay. Back to Sirius Major, and then along. I'm not going deep enough in to be worried about fuel. Keep this way. The main reason it's so disappointing that there's nothing really of value in that sector, or this sector is just the fact that it's harder to navigate around here because of these. I think here's got the same problem because these all look purple as well. So you have to use additional fuel unless you want to take risk taking damage. 3. I don't think these are explicitly in the points of interest. No, they are. We aim for the only one in the light side, which in theory we're looking at. I see it. Top right. Yeah, because it's so hard to navigate around here, there being so little in terms of worthwhile stuff. Just puzzling and disappointing. But maybe that's just an early access thing. Again, maybe they plan to put things in here later. We only really want one white and one red. I'm fairly sure I remember seeing reds in here. Again, working on the assumption that the overclocked laser can actually mine them. And that it doesn't need a mod. It can mine them. So, what do you give? Do you just give me quartz? You just give me a lot of quartz. Let's double check that. Yeah. In fact, we could have found out this way. White also just gives us quartz. So they're just a better version of quartz. That only gives us 1. Reds give us... that was 4. I imagine whites are probably going to give us... is that more graphene? More graphite? Or is that white quartz? Well, white quartz was more white, so that's grey quartz. Some coal. I think white quartz is just available out and about. It is. It's rare, but it's available out and about. We'll find it and mine one just so it completes the entry. Since we have come out here anyway. There's a white one. There's a bunch of white ones. In fact, we haven't got 200 quartz yet, period. And we just spent 100 of it. Okay, so whites are worth 2, reds are worth 4. We're not going to have enough battery to effectively mine reds from the dark side of the planet. But we can head back to there and mine the remaining reds from that. 19. We will eventually get 200 again, since we're here. Just double check. We do actually still need it. Yeah. This one's being run in at the minute. If we can get those 2 as well, then all the better. sector. So these ones actually aren't guaranteed 4. I think they're probably average 3 then. Oh no, that's 5. 5. 5. That's not helpful. Well, I saw one more. No, apparently not. Okay, that gives us another 40. We'll grab these and then we'll go. Just coal. That is just coal. We could use a minor top-up. So we're going to have to start from here, one way or the other, because that's where we're going to need to go back to refuel. Do I want to go up and around? I think I might go up and around first. There's no combat in the game at all currently. They are planning on adding combat, the only plan being PvE for the time being. There's no explicit plans for PvP currently. But it is an MMO, online only. You don't have to interact with anyone, but they are there. See, there's one of those other villainous creatures, another human being occupying the same planet that I put my main first base on. I've had no interaction with them, I have no idea what they're like. I've left them be, they've left me be. I suspect at some point they've probably flown over my base to have a look at it, because I've done the same to them. Okay. So, trap in the lab for diamonds will have to wait. That's fine. I doubt we have enough quartz at the minute, so that will probably have to wait as well. But we should, touch wood. My desk is made of glass, though. I have no wood in immediate reach. Have enough graphite now. Excellent. Yeah, we're well shot on quartz. So let's grab that and bring that with us. Put away the rest of this stuff. And the vanadium can just go in here. Bring the diamond to sell. Let's go exploring. Let's get a general feel for at least what tier all the sectors are. I don't know if we'll dip into any planets on this initial run. I don't think so. We'll try to see if we can find some exploration rank 5 sectors. And find one, then we'll figure out how we're going to explore that, depending on how far away it is from the nearest fuel depot. We could always add more fuel tanks, although we are now at our system limit. So we'll be sacrificing performance to put them on. Thinking about it, the plan that we have at the minute, we would be better off if we grab the Wanderer's cockpit. If we're not going down to a planet to scan it, then we've no need for this cockpit. Yep. This game is more gearing itself towards people with factory builder sensibilities. So allowing people to steal your stuff is not really something they want you to do. People in your corp, however, if they have permissions to access stuff, they could take it. But that's what permissions are for. Corpos are basically guilds. But you do not have to be in a guild with other people. I am in a guild of one. Just me. Only me. All the assets in the corp are mine. We have a gem to sell, and then we need to jam the rest of this into a mine. So you can still benefit from all the stuff you can get from the corpo. It's just obviously going to be a little bit harder to maintain them solo. It looks like it's still doable. So yeah. It's currently working on... Right, we have these two queued, and now we can queue this as well. For these ones, the 200 ones take 12 hours, which is why the one that's in progress isn't done yet. Although it's almost done. I found an underwater crash site as well. They are inaccessible. There may be a piece of gear somewhere we can get to allow us to breathe underwater, but I do not know where it is. Okay. Cockpit's broken again. The other cockpit doesn't do this, so I don't know why this one does. The reason to build is to automate factory production, which keeps going while you're offline. So that you can make resources while you're offline, so that you can complete contracts to gain credits, to unlock permits, to gain additional bases that cost credits to upkeep. Just standard factory build ethos. You build so that you can build more. Okay, which way do we want to do this? I'm going to go back and build that cockpit. And then we'll bind our location here temporarily. We'll need to remember that we need to keep 100 fuel when we use it to have enough to get back to a refueling point. That is how we'll play this. And then once we've found one or more, we'll see how many there are, if there's any, exploration rank 5 sectors. We'll figure out how we're going to get over there to explore them, and we'll swap the cockpit back over so that we can survive in hot and cold environments long enough to poke around. this will be the plan. I'm going to have to remove move-in day from the title. Unless we can find a good location quickly, we are absolutely not going to be in any position to move. But at the very least we can lay down where our corporate HQ will be. We'll try to get at least that done today. So for example, I'll explain briefly while we're here, how this factory here, which was our first Arnold main one, is supposed to work if I had not powered most of it down. So, we'll do this for more bits. What we have here is 4 separate extractors, each sitting on top of dense iron deposits. Now, the difference between iron deposits and dense iron deposits is just that the resource that it produces requires less power to process. In theory, they output the same equivalent in ingots per minute, or ingots per hour, probably more accurately. Those 4 used to feed into these little things here, which are drone dispatches. They're basically, all of the resource movement is done by way of drones, and the dispatches are a combination splitter and merger. So because these produce at a rate where 2 of these require 3 smelters, they go through a dispatch so that we can link 2 extractors to 3 smelters, and then these 6 smelters will all making me iron. This one over here is explicitly set up to make me steel, but I have to manually feed it, or manually feed the base carbon, which I just dump into one of these storage units, and then that again gets routed around. And then we have 4 assemblers over here that I've been swapping out, making different things. At the minute, they're all set to make me coils, so I need to manually feed them with nuts and bolts, which don't take long to manually craft, which is why I set it up this way, and wires which are being produced in a different factory elsewhere that I have to ship over. Eventually, once I've leveled up my tech one more level, we'll be able to get shuttles, and they'll allow me to automate the shipping of resources from one factory to another. So we can even start shipping it or automate things even further. And that is how this was set up. Whether it remains set up that way is going to depend on whether or not we can find ourselves a good new home, given our first plan failed. Okay, so we are going to be making one of these, the Wonderback cockpit. There's a tool I can use for this. So if we go back over to, I don't know if this is on the right thing, it is, good. Go back over to here, go back to here, tools, crafting, Wonderback cockpit, add. Here's everything we need. Not yet, because I haven't placed down a corporate base. I assume you must be able to. I suspect that in order to do it, it would have to be done from the personal base to the corporate base, and they would need to have the permissions. That might be a way to check. I'll have a look in a second to see what permissions I can set as far as corporate bases are concerned. So we're going to need... we cannot do this. To make the titanium part casings we need 128 vanadium. We have 50. So we cannot actually do this currently. And that's not even including the inert plates or this. I think this does give a raw calculation. Yeah. 200. So we need 4 times as many vanadium ingots that we have. So we do need to find a vanadium deposit and a titanium deposit if we want to have any chance of being able to pull that off. Fair enough. Okay, if we go corpo configuration. Can fire, can promote, can edit internal information, can accept requests, transfer credits, transfer assets, manage bases, deploy bases for corpo and abandon bases, spend license points, unlock, buy and upgrade station storage, use station storage. Okay, so there's nothing in here that specifically says one way or another. I think there is actually a data center in your region. I've not noticed much in the way of lag. We have had issues with the server when they've been patching things, but this is an early access game and that'll eventually get smoothed out in that it keeps kicking me occasionally. It gets into a kind of crash loop. But so long as it's not doing that, I've not been randomly kicked unless something has fundamentally broken on the server side. Yeah, I'd need to get access to my corpo base to be able to figure out whether or not I can do that without do that. I'm expecting that if I do it from my personal base, it will allow me to send to a corpo base. I suspect you can't do it in reverse, though. It really depends upon how we configure how you configure the drone ports. Not drone ports, shuttle ports. Which I won't have access to until next week. Because we still need how many more? Yeah, that's wrong. That hasn't updated. It says I'm under 400. I most definitely am not under 400. I'm over 400 at this point. Okay, so yeah, we can't make that. In that case, let's just head out. Let me check for you. Actually, I can check without needing to go to the main menu, because we can do that from here. If we open up the map. There you go, there's an Asia server. 2 Asia servers. 3 Asia servers. 4, 5 Asia servers. And a China server. Although I imagine Asia is probably going to be the better server for you. In Australia. Possibly, but the thing with that one specifically, or that thing specifically, if we go over to market preferences, which is what you're talking about, it explicitly says in here, gives you access to these rights. And I don't believe this mentions any such thing. It would be very weird if you couldn't do it some way. Let me double check. NA, Asia, EU. NA, EU, Asia, China. No, there isn't specifically an AU one. So Asia would be your nearest server, I think. That's no worries, I'm just not far enough to be able to give you a solid answer. Okay. So if that isn't an option, we can jump from there to here. It's just going through here isn't necessarily the fastest way to get over to here. We've already refueled and we're back down here. We'll go along the bottom and see how far we can get. And I'm not even going to bother overfueling. We'll see how much damage we take. If we take 50% damage, then we'll start overfueling. Technically, we could take 100% damage if we are very unlucky. Safely across the first one. So, orange is only a possibility of taking damage. You absolute swine. To be fair, I would rather it did it on that jump when it couldn't just outright destroy my ship. But nonetheless, you absolute swine of a game! That was the maximum amount of damage it could have done to me. Now I have to run at 150 for the rest. Which means the second we hit 400, we need to turn around. Or even before then, because we need to use the extra fuel. At least for this part of the trip. YW. Okay, new sector, Glimmer. I don't think it's this sector, it's the next one, isn't it? Let's keep going around the edge. We do need to overfuel a little now. Because I think it's information that I kind of do or don't wish I didn't have. I think the next sector across. That's still exploration level 2. I think that has a station in it. I'm actually going to check, because if I'm wrong, we're stranded. Yes, there is a station in this next sector. Let's make sure we get our route right. Okay. That map doesn't quite line up with that map. I am still in the right server, yes. That bit's right. This bit's wrong. The layout is wrong. Let's go that way. We're now committing to this. We do not have the fuel to make it back. If it's anywhere, it's there. I swear we just went past another player. Didn't we? Did I not just see another player? There they are! Okay. I see no station. Sector Justice. I don't necessarily want to know where the resources are, but yeah, if you look at this, this is not the same. The name's correct. They've just got the actual positioning wrong. I think it's Alt? Yes. So in theory, it's one of these. It should be... It shouldn't be the one directly above us. It should be this one then. I'm deliberately not hovering over it on this map because then it will tell me all the resource information about it, which I don't want to know. Don't worry, there's nothing on that tab list that I mind you seeing. At least I don't think there is. Let me double check. Bit late now. Yep, nope, it's all good. That's all safe. Okay, so ZP. That one. That looks like a station to me. This is another empty sector. Okay, and then from here, we'll head back up to here and loop around. I do want to kind of scan the outside so that we can see all the interlinkings. We know that there's, I think, there's one here, there's another one here. I closed the map entirely and I didn't mean to do that. I do still want to know where all of the sectors are. Okay, so there's two connecting from here. In fact, if we head up and that way, that's going to be the better way to get to it. There's one here and then one here, but there's a system here that connects to both. If this place doesn't sell fuel, we're screwed. You are not a type of station I have ever seen before. Oh no, you're the same as the you're the same type of station as the one in Helion. You're just red rather than green.
Welcome, pilot.
To Nemina. Someone else is here. We should talk to everyone in case they have quests. But... Okay.
Looking for something? I've got you covered.
What
Here's
do
what's
you
available.
do? Hey, just... Jesus. I mean, that's a lot of money. And that isn't actually that hard to automate. It just, the resource resource input that's required for it, the rest of it is just time. Because the only way to make those is in an assembler. That's 100,000. It is unfortunately level 4. We cannot take it though. And also it's for them. It doesn't give us license points, and license points are the only thing we care about. Do you have anything to say?
Are you avoiding the larger stations too? The services here are minimal, but when you get further out, you can actually find planets that aren't already being exploited by dozens of other affiliates.
This is why I'm looking for a good new sector to move into that's far away from other people. Although it's less about the exploited reason and more just to be far away from other people.
There aren't many visitors in tiny Nemea. Actually, half of them are potato smugglers or illegal recyclers working for the pirates.
Okay, what services do we have here? Just a shipyard and a mining bureau. We've been to 2 new sectors now.
Do you need any help? Just tell us what you're looking for, and there's a good chance we can. Restricted areas are found on many planets of the galaxy. Some are dangerous, but
So that means there are none in this sector or this sector. We are the only 2 people here, so where is the other player then? Maybe they're logged off. Well, they could be in the shipyard. Repair. Refill.
Departure initiated. Station
Okay,
now.
good to have this tagged, because this is actually slightly closer to the previous sector. Although these are both still exploration level 2, so I don't know what we'll find in terms of resources there. OT. We'll dip into a couple of planets on OT just to see what kind of resources we're looking at. Again, specifically interested in deposits. I imagine it's going to be much the same as we can get in our sector, given that it's the same exploration level. And we've immediately found... Okay, they're in range. There's something here we've not found before. Aluminium and copper. I'm betting that's vanadium. Gonna want to find more than that. Do I want to nip into the dark area of this planet? No, but I will head over here. And then we'll poke our head into another one of the planets here. I haven't found vanadium anywhere in where our base currently is. Water geysers. Yeah, they're spawning as single blocks, which isn't particularly helpful. There's plenty of them. But when you're going to need hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of them, you really need a deposit. find everything on the light side. Yeah. That's more like it. Still, why manually mine all of this stuff? If we could just put down an extractor on top of it. And this is white, so a high laser would be enough to mine this. You wouldn't need an overclocked. Survey says. It's like coal. You can get picked up. Probably coal and graphite. Let's dip into the nearest planet. Seeing a point of interest anywhere on the dark side, so we'll land on the border. Again, I'm mostly just checking for deposits. Curious as to what we can find before we move on. No deposits at all. Check to see there's no question marks. No. We can explore more thoroughly later. Okay. JJ63. That when it's at home. Okay. Roughly directly behind us. This might be the case. Vanadite. And we did actually manage to grab a couple of deposits. There's an aluminium copper deposit. Actually, let me see them. I'm wondering if they're still in just one of each. Or whether this being this far out, they have a different ratio. Oh, right, white, that's aluminium. One of each, still. Okay, no worries. Oh, did we not land on that planet? Or is there 4? I thought there was only 3. There is, in fact, 3. We just never actually landed on that planet. Did we maybe not? Could have sworn we landed on 3 planets. Did we just land on that one twice? Ah, no, we landed on one in the previous system. I just forgot. This one is very hot, though. Which makes it potentially interesting. Certainly going to be a useful case study. Our ship is not going to be able to mine anything down here. It will overheat way too fast. And there's no deposits here. Let's just ping it and leave, and then we'll see what we pinged. Vanadite, siderite, ferrous outcrop, ferrous stone, brine water geyser. So we don't even need to come over to here to get brine water geysers. So not here, back to here. Although, maybe we do if we want an actual brine deposit. Moving on. Okay. 2 planets here, both temperate. And we can now see this area, which is an exploration rank 4. As is this one here. 20, 20. This jump is 40. Call it 60. So 100 just to get back to a place where we can refuel. I think... Okay, that's 2 sectors further away. There is another fuel stop. We trace around the outside of this one. We'll see if we can get to Sector 10. Will be the plan. So we're going to GP to here. Hubris Omega. Very hot. Big fat nothing. It's 300 degrees here, so we're not going to be able to stay down here. There's 2 deposit types, though. Before we take structural damage. Okay. I'm going down there because there's deposits. Just trying to see if I can see the point of interest that was on... There it is. White stone. There's 3 things on the dark side of the planet. But all I'm interested in is to see if this is a copper iron deposit. Which would indicate that this sector is probably going to function almost identically to the previous one, to Hubris Alpha. Okay, we've found one deposit nearby, coal, which means that's almost certainly coal brine. It's that way somewhere. Stop rotating the camera, game. We're now probably directly above it. Limited time to find this. Although why I'm finding it, or even bothering to find it when we've already maxed out, I don't know. Is it nearby? It's nearish. Okay, never mind. We'll confirm the deposit and leave. There we go, we can see it. If not the game has registered it, we can see it. The game has not registered it. So yeah, I get the feeling that this sector is also going to work exactly the same as the other tier 3 sector. The only thing we're going to find is hot planets with deposits, and it's just going to be copper, iron and brine. VT-24. At least I'm not finding as many what appears to be water planets yet, as there was in the other it's Hubris Alpha, wasn't it? This one down here? Yeah, Hubris Alpha, Hubris Omega. No deposits. White quartz. It's right in front of us. We'll also dip down on that one. Where are we going after this? MD79. Back that way. Oh no, this is a water planet. So it looks like this area is potentially exactly the same as the Hubris Alpha, in that it's going to be pretty much worthless. And I got everything in one ping. And yeah, that planet over there is also a water planet. I can see the splotches now. Temperate. It does not have any deposits on it. Again, there's currently no reason for me to go after that. I should at least do a sweep around to make sure I can't see any shipwrecks. Shipwrecks are potential blueprints. Oh, there's actually 4 planets in this system. There's something that occurred to me was it this morning? Or early in the stream? I'm not sure, I didn't voice it one way or the other. I'm wondering whether or not the exploration level is effectively an equivalent to the tier of materials you can find. With exploration level 1 being your basic tier of materials, exploration level 2 being anything that requires would it be medium? More red quartz. More sulfur. Yep, we found everything. This is basically just a copy paste of from Cubus 1. Cubus Alpha. Where exploration level 2 is basically everything you need for steel parts and all of that stuff. And then exploration level 3 will be everything for modular system 2 and titanium. And exploration level 4 is supposed to be for modular system 3 and these, given the fact that unbendium requires platinum and tungsten, both of which are available in tier 4 sectors, albeit I've not found any nodes for them. So doing the thing that we're actually doing at the minute and trying to find a exploration level 5 system may be entirely pointless, because there doesn't appear to be, at least as far as the base permits are concerned, a tier above unbendium. The wrong thing. And that's exploration level 2. Let me just get confirmation. Okay, the next station isn't in there, it's in the place after there. Graphene. Where is our next destination? It is AV91 over there. May as well ping another planet away. I think that's a water planet, actually. No. It can't be. There's a crater on it. It's these splodges here. They're similar to the splodges you see in water planets. Water planets cannot have craters. It's a bit uniformly smooth. Maybe that one is a water planet, but again, I can't see the splotches from here. Looks like it could be a hot world. Yep. Not a very hot world, just a hot world. And look, we had deposits. And look, it's a coal and brine deposit. It shouldn't be this predictable. Which is why I suspect that these exploration level 4 zones aren't done yet. It didn't pick up the fact that I saw the brine, I didn't get close enough to it. Although I've got to imagine that there's got to be something different with this one in the middle here. Because this one is huge. If there's nothing in these because they plan to do something with them, I would be very surprised if there's absolutely nothing in here. It still has the purple connectors though. At the minute we're just circling it, we'll dip into it later. This isn't a water planet. It looks like it could be a cold planet, but I don't know. It's too blue, not white enough. Yeah, 4 degrees. We have no deposits. And that found everything. Okay, onwards we go. Follow there, follow there. Of excavation rank 2, we'll go around the edge. XY. Do I want to dip into a planet? Nah, it's only excavation rank 2. Fairly confident we should be able to make it to the station in the other sector. Have a link over to here, and this is... There we go, we found another 3 at least. So, Sector 12 is a 3. This one is a 6. These 3 are the ones we haven't seen yet. So maybe we move to 12 then. We'll see what 11... We'll see what Horizon 11 and 13 have, though, before we go poking around here. Fool's Riv, I think, is a 2. Yeah, Fool's Rim is 2. I would love to find a 5. Okay, we have access to that. I'm going to take my break. We're 10 minutes past, but I need to go to the toilet anyway. We will, when we come back, loop around to get to this sector here, since that's where the next station is. And then from there, we'll go up. We'll do it on here, so we can actually see. Does my mouse appear? There we go. So yeah, we'll loop around to here. Once we come back from our break, we'll go all the way around, get to the station, wherever it is in here, then head up, around, along here, and then we'll poke our head into here. That'll be the plan. Just to see if either of these two, or even this one, is exploration rank 4. Sorry, 5. To see if it even exists. Because these 3 are the only 3 that could possibly still be a 5. Everything else... These 2 are 3. That's 4, that's 4, that's 4. They're both 2. This is 2. 2, 2, 2. That one's 2 as well. There's got to be a 5. They can't have a 4 and then jump to a 6. There has to be a 5 somewhere. But yeah, I will take my break. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Let's get going. QW51. You know what? That planet's so near. It would be a travesty not to at least land and ping it. This one looks like it could be a coal planet. Might not quite be white enough. It looks similar to the one that's by Helion Station. Nah, it's not. It says we found the node. Looks like, yeah, coal and iron. Where's our... There, then. It's by the sun, wasn't it? There it is. HT. Okay, it's there. Just double back on ourselves slightly. Again, the planet's right next door. We may as well have a quick peek. It's a hot planet, a very hot planet. It has stuff we've not found before. What the devil are you? Oh, an actual source of cinnabar. It's all cinnabar, it just hasn't been updated. Quick, get up. You're not flying straight up is the problem. Found one. Is that a triple coal? It's triple coal. Triple coal and something else, or just triple coal? Just triple coal. So that's not a bad find. Coal's important for fuel. It's not saying the other deposits on the dark side of the planet. triple brine. So here we have an exploration level 2 planet that's better than the exploration level 4 planet for the resources you can get on it. Those planets must not be finished. They can't be. They can't just have 2 sectors that are that useless. To the point where there are better locations to get the resources that you can get on them. Yeah, brine pools. A set of 3 brine pools. The exploration level 3 map might be where it's at, but I still want to find an exploration level 5 one. There we go. Also has a link over to there. And this is where we need to go to be able to refuel, and that is exploration level 2. I think we're probably better off going around than up. We have some fuel to spare. Ping a planet while we're here. JC82, that is over there. So let's aim for that. It's in this system itself. Both temperate planets. Been a while since I've seen an actual frozen planet. I have seen a few. It's not in any of the sectors we've been exploring recently. Okay, off in the valley, probably. Another player. That planet is very red. That one's a water one. Water planet. Hot planet. Very hot planet. Hot planet. Where's our next destination? DS. It's straight the way across. Oh, 3 types of node. 2 types of node. It's iron, coal, and brine. We shouldn't need to fly up for this one. Yep, iron and coal deposits. It's only 100 degrees, so we'll be able to stay cool with the radiator we have. The other resource there is on this planet. Something else that's just out and about. It's probably a brine pool. take some damage here. I think it's a bit too hot for our poor cooling things. So we'll smash and grab. Triple brine. Yep. This planet is more valuable than the one back in Hubris Alpha. Oh, this is a bigger one. Let's see. I am interested in motors. I see a few. I am interested in... there's a lot of motors. I am interested in your black box, if you have one. And your storage crate, otherwise. I can see neither the black box nor the storage crate. There's the black box. Okay. There's the storage crate right in front of me. Okay, this isn't too hot for us. Grab that. Grab this. Grab these. I suppose there's... blue ones of those around. There's a lot of motors about. Ooh, second one. Third one. Look at me. Fourth one. That one didn't have a blueprint in it though. This is a hall. Let's see if I can get it to shut up in a second. What did we get? We got FTL Mag Plasma patch, tier 2. We already had that, and stainless plates from steel and silicon, which is probably not that good. They're easy enough to make otherwise, and the rest of them we already had, so we only got the 2 of them. We did, however, get that. That's a nice to have, not that I currently have something to equip it to. Okay. We got the brine pools marked. We got the brine pools marked. We're still missing something on this planet. We haven't found or scanned, but I am not interested. Good crash site. I'm not going to scan the rest of them. Onward, DS. 19.6. Horizon. We've got given a quest. Go to the Amadeus I'm at an insect system. So it's telling us where the station is in this time. SN. SX. Okay, it's only 200 away. We may as well. That's 2,000 away. They've said they're not planning on it. So I suspect if they do anything, it'll be rollbacks. What they will probably do closer to release is release new servers. I imagine. So players can start on fresh servers. Because if you do a server transfer, you don't keep your bases, but you can in theory load up your ship with absolutely everything you have. Although, I don't know where it places you if you do that. Because you can't warp if your ship is over capacity. Which one of those is it? I have a number of paper clips. They're useful. If I can find the one big one. They're jamming in between the keys. Hold them down. This one is better off if I do it with this. There we go. Who needs a module to make boost toggle? And you can just jam something between the keys and walk away. It does, however, mean I can't tab out. I suppose that is the advantage of a toggle boost. If you need to go a very long distance. What the devil are they doing putting this station all the way over here? It's way past the planets. I swear those dishes on the bottom of this station always remind me of speakers. Looks like this station has a massive subwoofer underneath it. Be the only one here. We might be the only one here. Okay, there's a corpo thing over there. Who does it want me to speak to? No, it was just telling me where this is. The quest is already gone. Sushi stand, no one here we can talk to. Let's find all the people to talk to.
The Vex 4 decades ago, the Atlas Gallery had never even been observed. With stations like Ore, the company quickly turned the desert into the new cradle of civilization.
Did you know Hydropon Inc. is about to complete the first terraforming project in the Atlas Galaxy? It's in Solus Sector, not far from here.
Is that one of the ones that we've been to yet? If it's not far from here, then it might be one of these two.
I'm on my way to the older sectors of Atlas. Soon, I'm gonna visit Sumer. I want to see Timgad and the Milky Way portal.
I've been assigned to the garrison guarding the Milky Way portal. Leaving tomorrow. Now I just have to pray that the tripods never come back.
R is a crossroads between 2 sector clusters. That means there is a lot for us to monitor. The UDC keeps its eyes open. Come to us if you find any information that could serve the interests of the Republic.
Anyone over here? Before I see what contracts are available.
Looking for something? I've got you covered. Here's what's available.
Okay, no way we can do that. That one will be easy, but... Level 5. That would be doable as well. Probably, I think. We do need to accept level 3 one. Well, actually, we have a level 3 one that we can do, but... None of them give license points, and license points are the thing that I'm interested in.
Is there any way I can...
Oh!
Ooh, this one gives license points. That's a lot of solid explosives, and we don't really have an easy way to collect. I mean, that just needs a lot of sulfur, period. We don't have a sulfur mine.
Your corpo is now committed to delivering the material.
I just realized something. I never changed my title from soon to live. There we go. That's better. Okay, so what else is here? Got a trade nexus. No lab. So if we want to do that sulfur request, we are absolutely going to need an actual mine, sulfur mine, or a... If there is a sulfuric acid pool that we can get resources from, then we can probably do it that way instead. Refuel. That's where we came from, so we want to be heading northward. Let's go to IY. It's probably behind us somewhere. There it is. So what would be over there? It is a exploration rank 3, which means there's only one sector left that could be exploration rank 4. Do I want to come along here first? Yeah, I'm going to come to here so that we can see if we can get the outer side of this marked. It'll just give us slightly more visibility as to what's around. So, MU. Could be this way. There you are. They're all two different sectors. Good, we can see that now. We have access to all three of those. I want to go to MI. This is Vestige. Fool's Rim comes up here a bit more. I think this will probably link over to there later, but we don't have the capacity to go there, so maybe over there. Let's get into this first. Let's see what we can find. It's the first time we've been in an exploration rank 3 area. We are looking for an exploration rank 5 area. There's only one place left for such a thing to exist. We do have a couple of deposits here. Apparently they're deposits we are already aware of. Copper and aluminium. Potentially some other things to explore here, but at the minute we are just interested in deposits. We can find other things later if that's what we want to do. HR. That is a cold planet. 2 frozen planets here. Curve nose on this one as well. Looks like copper and aluminium too. Yep. Just a quick scan for any question marks. Because there are resources we've not found before in the near vicinity. I'm going to nip over to that frozen planet before we move on. This ship is built to fly on a frozen planet. It has all thermal parts. It's using the cocoon cockpit. See any points of interest on this side? Down. I forget whether the other frozen planet had deposits on it either. Lots of copper. That's enough to stabilize our temperature, not enough to lower it. Just in case these didn't ping. There's a particular kind of resource I'm hoping to find here because I've not been able to mine it yet. I suspect it's just copper, though. Okay. Make it to there before we start to freeze, unless we leave that on. Okay, running the generator has given us enough extra heat. To stave off the cold. Our scanner's starting to break again. It's fine. Doesn't look like this planet has it. Or if it does, it's on the dark side of the planet. Let's get up and out. Oh yeah, I forgot the generator actually turns itself off when it's not needed. Something so many things in this game don't do. Base generators are not that efficient that they turn themselves off if they're not needed. Maybe they will do if you have a battery as well, but if you have two generators, then they both just run constantly. Okay, there is no such thing as an Exploration 5 zone. It goes straight from 4 to 6. Because we can now see Sector 11. And we've been everywhere else. That's weird. Why does 5 not exist but 6 does? Why have a 6? Just zoom out and confirm. So yeah, we have those around here. We have that one. We have that one, and that one. This one's 2, that one's 3, this one's 3. This one's 2. There's one we're missing. There's one to the left of Terminus. That would be a very strange... Actually, that wouldn't be that strange a place to put a 5. Terminus is a 2. Strand, which is this one here, is 3. This is 6. So I could see Terminus being... this one here being 5. Getting the route over there is a little bit tricky from here. But maybe we work on the assumption that we move into Sector 13 or 12, which is this one or this one. I might go into 13 because I get a sneaking suspicion if they expand the map, this is a prime location to put a new area. If I was a map designer, the first place I would put something is here to fill this gap. So maybe we go to Sector 12. in the long run. But let's see if we can get down to Landmark here. So we need to start making a route across. We can't get from here to here. We've literally got to go back through this one. So let's go here to here to here and go across. So Bashiro to Libra. Should be behind us somewhere. I've also been assuming that the entire sector is the same exploration rank. It kind of wouldn't make sense for individual systems to be a higher rank. And it does say sector, then exploration rank. Because there's a possibility that the ones in the middle of here are exploration rank 5. We've not touched that sector at all. Okay, so yeah, we need to get over to... not here, here. So from here to PT. Sorry, wrong screen. Okay, I think SK. Actually, wouldn't matter, either of those two work. And the next one's going to be slightly to the right. Unless it was up there. I think it's that one. And this will take us back. From here we go into areas that we've been to before. I assume. Unless I'm off target. Oh no. One more. Which is on the right hand side somewhere. Even less slightly. Yes. So we need to go via a station. I think we're on the top side of this. Okay, no, we need to be heading south. We should have gone to Stellar Omega. We have the fuel. Let's continue around the edge so that we can see any of the planets from up here. So we'll head to that one. And then take a left to PB. Would it be to PB? We could double back. Now I'm going to leave that blank. VN. Destination. Refuel here. still debating whether or not I need to change the title of the YouTube video. The YouTube stream. Once we make it a VoD. We're going to need to find a location that we want to move to. And then we're going to need to get the materials to actually make a base. Or at least the base core. And at the very least we should get that planted down. Then the title's not a total lie. The intent was to move today, we're just being scuppered in that attempt. Is there anything that we can sell while we're here? We have a couple of gemstones, but that's it. Everything else, kind of want to keep. Okay. Refuel. That was not the button to refuel. The last time I tried... Well, I have the money, so it's not a problem. I have 15,000 in the bank. But I'm still going to have to... Unless that actually just straight up gives you the core, the actual thing you place down, rather than the core you buy for the station, I'm still going to have to build the kit. But if it may be cheaper. The last time I looked for an abandoned base, it told me there wasn't any in the sectors I visited. Since I've now visited all but 3 sectors, 4 sectors, 5 sectors. Maybe it'll find one, but it could be miles away. And at that point, the fuel costs might be more. I never actually got a quest for finding an abandoned base. Okay, HD. Is it behind the station? There it is. That might be because I've not finished the Lost Rex quest yet. Or maybe it's the Restricted Area quest I've not done yet. One of those may unlock it. Yeah, no, I've not been given that quest. I have seen it mentioned before, though. By other people. Nope, this is exploration level 2. So there is no exploration level 5 zone. How peculiar. How very peculiar. UI. I just want to trace the outline up until I get down to the third one. We may as well get or have every single sector on the map with their names. So at the very least we can find the remaining restricted zones. We do actually have enough Lost Rex now to hand that one in. To TS. Okay. Can't get into that one. We do still need to touch these two. So I think, for shits and giggles, the plan will be we will explore this one more thoroughly and try and find a location to move our HQ over there. I'm going to come along here, go back through more, go back to my base, grab everything I need for a base kit, and then we'll jump into this sector so we have this one marked. We'll go here, if we have the fuel, head back up to here, buy 2 more locations of restricted bases. And then we'll go do that quest. 2 hours. 2 hours if we end at our usual time. Good tagger system we haven't been to yet, but it's more jumps. You know what? Just to get the names, we'll go RI. Since we're going to have to go around to some degree anyway. And then to here. I think. Oh, actually, we meant to go that way. Never mind. This means we're going to have to take a slightly different route, I think. Then to here, then here, then here, then here. Too concerned about fuel in order to get back to a fuel stop. Fairly sure we'll make it without too much problems. YX. And I think we'll have enough fuel to make the dip into that zone in the middle as well. I think Setoco is the way to go. And then I think it's a direct route back to our main base. Or maybe not. Maybe there's one more jump. Ah, right. Here first. Yeah, we've got enough fuel to do a diversion on the way back to Heliox. Helion? Helia? Whatever the name of that station is. Okay, let's deposit some of the random stuff we picked up. That can go in here. Does this have the room? This might not have the room. Oh, did we not pick any up? We got some steel. Okay, that's as much as I can put in there. Drop these in here. Grab extra black boxes, since we now have 5. Motors can go in here. Try to cram everything else in here. Vanadium ore probably won't go. Oh, it will. No, it won't. We need to smelt the vanadium ore to get it in there. Just while this is whirring away, I want to check something to do with the what's it called? Roadmap. Bundles. There's the bug fixtures. Where's the roadmap? There it is. Let's launch content. New experience tiers and permits. Okay, so yeah. Additional exploration technologies and science unlocks. Expanded long-term protection system, more specialization options. More restricted zones, dangerous locations, new sectors, systems and resources. Expanded exploration opportunities. So yeah. The these way. They will fit. Okay. The roadmap does indicate that things are going to go past rank 5. And that they are going to add new systems. So, parking ourselves in this gap or over here, because as I said, they're going to put a system there first. You look at the map, you look for a place for to put a new system, there's a hole right there where a system can go. So I suspect when they add a new system, this is where it will be, so we will build our base up here. Will be the plan. Hopefully, we can find titanium vanadium up there. Because that's what we need. Before that, I believe, is it this one? Factory kits, base deploy kits. We should just have most of this lying around. 4 stainless plates, 20 sheets, 20 wires, 20 concrete. Assuming this hasn't been fed through yet, it probably has though. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's why we put some in spare. Get 4 from here. 4 of those, 20 of those. Wires. Which I think I left some in here. Did we not? Yeah, it's a little strange that they went for effectively 1.5 per deposit. I could have sworn I put some copper wire to the side. Oh no, we decided it wasn't worth it because we have a base still producing copper wire that we can just swing by to grab the 20 that we need. Anything else? All I want to be able to do is plonk the base down, concrete. Everything else can wait. We do have enough spare concrete. 57. Leaves me with 20. I genuinely want to know how many people actually bother taking the stairs. I suppose it really depends where you put this thing. If you put this thing so that the rest of your base is there, then okay, it might be fractionally faster to come up the stairs here. But when I rebuild this, that thing over there, the core, is going to be right up against this stair. Straight to the ladder. Okay. Can I make the jump from there to there? We have to go to here first. That's 48. Can't see that one. This one is 51. $16, $15, $30. Okay, we don't need 100 to make that route. Okay, that's fine. Just making sure we actually have the fuel. It's above us. Oh, you can enter it from the bottom. I used to have a landing pad to the left of it, which is why it went there. I was kind of expecting that you could, or when I placed it, that you couldn't land directly on it, that you'd need to land on the landing pad and then transfer to it, rather than land on it. Once I realised you could land on it, I removed the landing pad, because I needed the space for extra drone distribution. It's a very aggressive profile. It is a spiky block on the front. Yeah, I wasn't sure how water's going to work. I have the liquid tank and the simple hose. I've just not needed to set up any water production. Okay, good. This base has decided that it is done and has stopped. Let me just grab the aluminium out of these. Because I think we still have a little bit of ore left to go through. We have plenty of wire here. There's the wire we need. Okay, from here we head to QS, which should be over there. And this is a dangerous jump. Just so he doesn't outright blow us up if it decides to be a bugger. Okay, Hubris Major. So that's what the level 6. All of the level 4 systems are Hubris. But they don't appear to have anything worthwhile in them. Okay, we survived it. $24. That is cheaper. I think we have to take the risk. I don't think we have the fuel otherwise. Safe. And with 17 fuel to spare. Just before I head to that station. This is the planet with the ore node that I don't know what it drops. Is it CO? Recuperate. I assume... Ah no, this is a platinum. Most commonly planetary platinum ore. So there's literally platinum right here. It's just I needed an overclocked mining drill to get it. So this here is apparently platinum. And sulfur. So a slightly safer location to get platinum. We're not going to mine any more than that, are we? We'll turn it to ingots so it's not clogging up our inventory. To the station, where we will refuel and buy a pair of restricted area locations. They really need to fix the LOD on that station. It renders as entirely the wrong station until it gets in range to switch the LOD.
Docking procedure started.
Okay, not really worth going to sell the beautiful gemstones while we're here. Oh no, but we do need to go to the mining bureau. That is why we came here. So we may as well sell them. Okay. Oh, and we want to convert the platinum into ingots to save space. We're down to 14,000 credits. Still enough to get titanium parts, but we have lost 1,000 since we started streaming. 4,000 left in the company that we can get. Okay, pyrite is done.
Do you need any help? Just tell us what you're looking for, and restricted areas are found on many planets of the galaxy. Some are dangerous, but scrappers can usually
Okay,
make good money
where's
from
this?
visiting. You can find them on your own, or we are selling you the coordinates.
Okay,
if
there's one in
necessary.
Landmark. Can you give me a second one, please? And there's one in Strand. That's nice. Gives us a nice little route we can take. I think we'll go through Pioneer, through Strand, and then up. I can do. It is almost at the limit of a steel ship. I'm not using titanium yet. And this is going to be a little problematic because this does not fit on one screen. Which piece of information you're specifically looking for? These are the parts I have. Those are the stats. Feel free to go back and pause. And then that's my module setup at the minute. We're set up pretty much exclusively for exploration. And my system is just shy of 6,000. If you want specific details, you'll have to pause, I'm afraid. I have things I need to be doing. I did show the assembly tab.
Undocking authorized. Safe travels, pilot.
Yeah, unfortunately, I game in a triple monitor system, so while it looks amazing and it looks even better in a cockpit view, the interface doesn't work particularly well. Not a lot I can do about that, except swap between screens. But yeah, all the information is in there. You will just have to pause to have a look at it, I'm afraid, because we need to be getting on. Okay, to Saxes, Roller, Zeusus, Solar Alpha fill letters. Allowed to pass through Solar Alpha? I never actually tried to go back. I'm specifically using AMD Infinity, but NVIDIA has a tool called NVIDIA Surround that does exactly the same thing. They're all part of the drivers. So long as you have all your monitors connected up to the same graphics card, and depending on which technology you're using, I think NVIDIA kind of wants them all to be the same aspect ratio and resolution, AMD is actually less fussed about it, then you can configure it. But yeah, it's stitching 3 monitors together into a single large display area. LT... oh, that one. Okay. Sun's on that side. I would doubt the restricted area is going to be on the dark side of the planet. It can be hit and miss as to whether or not a game supports the chip monitor at all. But this is why the widescreen gaming forum exists. Originally, it was the widescreen gaming forum was created back in the day when 4:3 aspect ratio monitors were the norm, and developers were not implementing widescreen properly. But now we focus more on ultra wide and super ultra wide, which also then extends to triple monitor, which has actually been around for well before ultra wide monitors were. Back in the olden days, it's probably still in a box somewhere, I had a little device called a triple head to go. And what it did... oh look, titanium. And what it did was basically you connected 3 monitors to it, and it outputted a triple monitor display signal to the graphics card directly. And that's how you did it. But then Nvidia and AMD decided to implement actual variations of it themselves. So now it's just baked into the graphics driver. Okay. We'll reach yellow before we reach it. In fact, let's take a purple look. Ah. There's one, but I don't think that's the right one. Oh no, the other one's there, so this is the nearest one. We're still missing 4 things. Ah, they're all on the dark side. Not a concern for me. So where house is it? I think that means it's a jumping puzzle. We could park a bit closer, but it's a big ship compared to the default. Okay. Where are we going? Box there. I assume we can get into there? I don't think we can make this jump. I think the ladder's gonna catch us. Right, nothing of value. Take them anyway. There's absolutely going to be a terminal hiding inside one of the, or hiding in some space accessible only from in here. Radar patch level 1. I'm surprised we didn't see that from the top. There's no more up here. There's, however, one here. Off in the value. Came out there, we went through there. We went that way, we'll go this way. Who the hell builds a warehouse like this? I am reminded of an old British TV show now. Who lives in a house like this? I forget the name of the show though. I just remember the premise of it. There are no blueprints. Blueprints are the only thing I care about. Push the button. No blueprints. I think I dropped my pass down there, probably between those two black crates. That doesn't help. Which two black crates? That may have been a little, or may have had a little bit more detail in it than I gave it credit for. Maybe it did specify more specifically. Never mind, here it is. The box is halfway into the floor. That's how they make a briefcase. Blueprint, module patch, system something. Just system 1. That is actually a good one to have. If we can get some higher tier ones of that, that would be nice. Reduces system requirement by 5%. I've not been bothering to read these because they don't render correctly, and I need to close the curtains in a second, otherwise the sun will blind me. Let's get in our ship. Is that the same ship? Did we beat them out? I feel like we may have beaten them out. Okay, so that's 5 of 6. Okay, let me close the curtains. There we go. The sun can no longer bother me. Yeah, let's go through the middle on our way up to here. So, KNVTBX. Oh, hang on, I need to deal with a Discord, a Twitch bot. In fact, there is a new phrase I need to add to my blocked terms. To catch them in the future. Okay. Click that. Report. Spam, scam. Spam. Discord support spam. And ban them. Okay, dealt with. Actually, let me add another. Let me add my squad, because I've seen that a number of times. So for the uninitiated who don't go to random Twitch streams, there is a bot that goes around, probably more than one bot, VT I think it was. They're normally brand new accounts, but they come in saying, I'm busy at the moment, but, or one variation of, I'm busy at the moment, but I'm going to bring in my people in later. Contact me on Discord. Or, you're awesome, I want to support. Contact me on Discord. Pretty much always, it's contact me on Discord. Here's my Discord. Go off platform to contact me, and I will support you. It is almost certainly a scam. This way. But unfortunately, there's so many variations of the damn thing that getting something to, or getting the ability to block them without just blocking the word Discord is getting annoying. I have so many variations. I used to use add me on, but they're no longer using add me on. They're changing their wording, which is annoying because the other bot that we was getting forever, every single stream, without fail, was always posting exactly the same message, which is just by supporters over at this URL. And they just never varied it up. I think that one got, or that particular blocked term got hit like 400 times. What is the count of that? I'm curious, because I've not seen it in ages. Locked terms. Oh no, it's only up to 163. And given that I only stream 3 days a week, that's like every single stream for a year. Okay, this will be number 6. Where is it? On the red planet. She is behind us. That's a point of interest at the top there, so we'll come down from there. Is not nearby. That's Aquamarine, isn't it? I want to say. Nothing that we haven't seen before. There are 2 deposits on this planet, and we are looking in the direction of the thing. Let's find out what the deposits are before we go parabolic. Okay. Copper and aluminium. Did that get him? Nope. I need to fly over the top of them. Close enough. I really wish the ship wouldn't do this. It's in line with that. So I'll be heading this way-ish. That'll put us somewhere nearby. Yeah, take this off. I'd much rather have control of my ship's own rotation. The only point where it can like do it automatically is if I'm like within 10 degrees of the plane of the planet. No. They parked right in the middle. Oh, this is a warehouse as well. I wonder who wants this particular piece of information. Okay, what we got? Looks like similar kind of thing to the previous one. Try and get up there. Okay. This one might be just more of a maze. Hey, blueprint, magnetic coil. That may have been useful a week ago. What's the recipe? Semiconductor substrates. That is ridiculously cheap. I suppose the yeah, you need to make that with silicon. That's a little bit more than 1 silicon for 2. Still, it's not that hard to get a large amount of silicon. That would make it you could automate this using a sandstone mine. Oops, why'd I press shift? That was probably not the intended path. Okay. I imagine the keycard's going to be somewhere back there. Somewhere in there, rather than in here. Oh no, there's the warehouse pass. You should check for any other containers though. Just in case they have blueprints. Blueprint wire. I think that's the blueprint for making wire from iron, probably. Yep. 3 iron ingots for 10 wire. So now I don't even technically need a copper mine. Can I get back up there as well? We've been that way, we've been that way. I don't think we can get back from here. I think we'd have to go all the way back to the start. Oh no, here we go. Let's make sure there's none up here. Before we drop down, double check the rest of this. Okay. Okay. Laser increase output patch. Not a blueprint though. It would be nice if the game told me how many containers were still remaining. This is not the way. blueprint. Semiconductor substrates. I did see one on the floor. These smaller containers are completely messing up our inventory system. The drones just don't know where to put them. They end up getting stuck between the large ones. There's no way of getting them back. It's infuriating. It'd be fine if we had some manual cranes left and a few employees to handle the issue, but it's all drones now. How do you explain to a drone that the entire inventory is messed up? Pirates? Okay, we did get one more blueprint. Semiconductor substrates and graphene. It is graphene, not graphite. You can make 30 substrates. You're a little into the floor. You're going to be okay taking off. Yes, yes you are. Okay, so that completes that quest. I can't see another one has been given to me, unless it's currently not listed. Yep, no, it didn't give me a new quest, so we'll try handing in the Lost Wreckages one. And then maybe we'll buy a abandoned base location anyway. We need to head over to... here. KG MNKO. I do believe this is where we hand in the black boxes. We'll buy an abandoned base location from here as well. If there is any about. Not that we have much inventory space left. We can sell some stuff. I don't need to hoard everything. I just like hoarding everything. I kind of wish carbonic superfuel was a little bit more efficient than it actually is. It's only like 10% more efficient than just burning coal or graphene directly. I feel like it should be 20%. Or at least 15, not less than 10. It is more efficient at the very least. But I don't know if that efficiency accounts for the power usage to automatically produce it. Okay, you...
Sorry, I'm not selling to individual buyers. I'm here with the Eris Corp but I'm always happy to talk.
I have intel and pirates.
That's definitely something I'm not. Thanks. Obviously.
Oops.
Sorry, I'm not selling to, but I'm always. Thanks.
Okay, there you are. I have black boxes.
Found anything worthwhile? Good work. I can't reveal anything about these boxes, but you've probably seen enough to know there are a few pirates who won't be bothering us anymore.
Okay, and now it wants 20 more of them. Let's see if anybody has abandoned their base, and see if this will give us the quest for it. Every time I've asked them so far, there have not been any abandoned bases.
Do you need any help? Just tell us what you're looking for.
Hey, there is one. Where is it, though? Oh. Actually, no, it's not back where we came from. We still need to sell that data. It's in Khan. It did not give me a quest, though. Maybe I actually just need to find an abandoned base, and that's how we get the quest for it. Okay, we will quickly sell some random stuff. We can sell these beacon data. Turquoise, the cloudy gems. I don't know how much storage space I'm going to need for this. Let's get rid of the wool. Can't sell those. We'll sell the LUK. We'll sell all the ingots other than the platinum. I'm so close to being able to do something with the scrap that I don't really want to be selling the scrap yet. And we have a bunch of copper nuggets that we can turn into ingots as well to reclaim some storage space. Let's sell the pyrites and the graphene. We'll keep the sulfur. Sulfur doesn't weigh much. Sell the nuts and bolts. Keep the motor. Keep the magnetic coils. We have an ethanol bottle, a brine water bottle, and a sulfuric acid bottle. I shouldn't throw them away because we can empty them out to get the bottles back. I don't know if we can then dispose of the liquid somehow. I suppose the sulfuric acid bottles will get turned into batteries, and the brine water will get turned into water, which will get turned into sulfuric acid, which will get turned into batteries. And the ethanol we can burn. We can put it in a generator. Let's quickly smelt the copper. And then sell the ingots. And then we'll head over to this abandoned base location. Then we'll head over to where we're planning to move our base to and see if we can't find relatively quickly a good location. We will deliberately go over if we have to. We technically only have 55 minutes in the usual stream time left, but if I have to run until the 8-bit drummer starts streaming, I will run until the 8-bit drummer starts streaming. And that means between this episode and next, I get to spend the week trying to find exactly where I want to put the rest of my bases, since we now can have 5. And ideally, we want to get set up for this. And maybe for the request that was nearby. What was that one? It wanted a whole bunch of sulfuric acid stuff. So if we can find a deposit that has sulfur in it, or a deposit that has sulfuric acid, or something that we can easily turn into sulfuric acid, then we can do that as well. And that'll get us 600 extra of this. Because our next goal is to get this, which requires 2,000 permits. Sorry, licenses. They're licenses. And it will also increase the footprint capacity of every single one of my corporate bases by 50, which will be nice. As well as then give us access to that. Then that becomes our next long-term goal. Actually building our own personal corporate command center. You see, we're thinking several steps ahead. We have multiple goals to aim for, one after the other. The problem is that I have absolutely nothing planned after we get to that point. Except build bigger ships, get an actual fleet of ships up. Okay. We need to head down to Khan. So we'll head to here. Okay, we're going to need to get to here and then see if we got a direct connection between these two. It looks like we do. Here to here. So that gives us a nearby fuel depot. I think I will do this route because that should, if we go through here, then come to here, over to here. There's an exit point along this way. So there's a way to connect to here. So we'll come along here to try to get to here and then go up here to there. Because that will also then draw out, hopefully, the rest of this border, the top side of this border, and this border. And while we'll be missing individual planets, it will give us a better shape of the entire system. They really need to improve this. This is so laggy. With 17 frames per second here. Okay, so Crimo Beta, Cortalis, Skax. I got my tier 2 constructions tool ages ago. I don't remember it giving me one to find abandoned bases, at least. And it's probably Twitch telling me that they have dealt with the spam bot that I reported a while ago. Yep. I'm sorry, Android. I cannot update this app, or I cannot update the OS on my phone because my phone is over 5 years old and they're not updating it anymore. Although I see no reason why I should get a new one. It still works fine. Okay. Is it that one? I think it was the name system, wasn't it? No, it is that one. It's possible at the time that I got my Tier 2 construction tool, there was no abandoned base available in any sector that I had visited, so it just never gave me the quest. Because I'm fairly certain, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain these are old player bases. Because back on, I can't remember if it was episode 1 or 2, we placed a base down and then decided that we wanted to put it somewhere else. But this was only while we had a Tier 1 construction tool, so we couldn't disassemble anything. So I emptied out everything and then abandoned the base. And it left an abandoned base behind. I actually landed the... No. The cocoon is specifically designed primarily for cold planets, but it also works on hot planets as well. It has an inbuilt radiator and heater. Okay, I'm just going to disassemble everything. Whoa! Someone left some loads of steel behind. We do not have the inventory space to do anything with all of this. So we're going to be dumping a whole bunch of stuff. We'll have to figure out what's the most valuable, and everything else will just have to be left behind. You need a Tier 2 construction tool. It's how you disassemble. And yeah, we get a base core out of this. Someone abandoned this base and just left their stuff in it. I wonder if that was somebody who created a corporation and then just left and didn't pay their bills. If so, I apologize, but this is how the game works. Okay. Such speed! While we slowly make our way to orbit, let's figure out what we can drop. We are 5 times over capacity. Get rid of all of those. That's a lot of carbon. Get rid of the ore. The steel is the most valuable thing to keep in the ingots. Get rid of those. Solar cells aren't really worth it. We do need to get rid of some amount of carbon. Let's bring this down to 100. Oh no, that's get rid of 100. Rid of 900. Carbon's easy to get. Get rid of all of it then. No, we need to keep some of it for... We do need to keep some of it to be able to power our generator if we need it. You need the tier 3 to be able to move things around. Okay. And then we just get rid of ingots until we have enough space, which is going to be most of the ingots. The metal sheets aren't worth it. We only need the 20 wire, so let's get rid of half of those. They're valuable. It's iron and titanium. Is it worth it for the weight? Stainless plates we have loads of. Don't want to get rid of those. Semiconductor structures we can get rid of. We can get rid of some of the concrete. Rid of 23. And then I think the rest we make up with getting rid of the steel. 56. Oh, we can't get rid of all of the metal sheets. We need 20 of them. And we do need 4 stainless plates. Because all we have is the drive. We need the actual kit. Which we still need to make. We need to go back to a station to make that. We have a mining laser on us. We don't need to keep that much coal on us. We need some coal, but we can get the rest of it. Let's get the steel back. I do hope this wasn't somebody's base that was intending to return to. But I wanted your core. And the base was abandoned. It feels so wasteful just to dump all of this. But I did come here in my exploration ship, not my cargo ship. Okay. Hopefully we didn't throw away something we needed. Okay. Umla. Then lavender. But we still have like 4,000 worth of steel on us now. Credit's worth. Okay. We are heading to... We'll head to EA. I don't think fuel's going to be too much of a concern, so let's minimize chance for damage. We're not going that far that I think we'll be in risk of running out. Then to MA. MY rather. the map. Why can't I see this border here? Okay. To BI and then from BI to JN. Okay, that puts us back in this sector. Hey, we can now see the entirety of this border and the entirety of that border. Good. That was the point. Let's head up to JV, KE, and then Amundsen. And then we can make our base kit. Head over to our target destination and try and find a suitable location. Working on the assumption that was a player's old corp base. I do hope the game tells them that that base got abandoned because they failed to keep up their license payments. Or their permit payments. I feel like that system could do with a tweak if it's not working this way already. If a base gets abandoned, then the player who it belonged to, or the corp who it belonged to, should get like a week to go salvage it themselves. At which point it gets put on that list for you to buy and then just claim it yourself, the materials that were left behind. They should have some kind of grace period if they don't already. Because I had a similar kind of issue with well, there's was period past tense, a similar kind of issue with was it Dune Awakenings? Dune Awakens, whatever that one, the most recent thing is. Whereby you had to keep paying your land rent and you had to keep the power up in your base. Otherwise you would lose the base would be destroyed and open to being looted. Now, it really didn't take much at all to keep a base powered and up. But you had to do it every couple of weeks. And if you forgot 2 weeks in a row, then the next time the Corellia Storm came along, it would wipe it off the map. They've now changed that in that if you want to step away, you can just store the entire base, including all of its contents, in a device so that you can walk away and then come back and then place it back down later, or move it somewhere else. Which is a very nice feature. But they added it after I forgot for 2 weeks to power my base. And so I figured it was probably gone, so I uninstalled the game. Because the only reason it was still installed, well, the only reason I was playing it was for the story. Okay. Do I want to sell some of this stuff? I mean, that's so much steel. And I do actually have a lot of steel already. It would bring our company exchange value all the way down, which is probably a good thing. It means I then don't need to worry about it so much. I could turn it into structural beams first. It'll be worth more. I may as well turn it into something more valuable. We're about to create a bunch of storage space for it anyway. Once we found the location. Okay. It's an interesting way to build it. I don't care for the paint job, but each to his own. I'm not really a fan of any of the current crop of cosmetics. Although I'm fairly sure I've got enough money to at least buy one of them if I wanted to. Shop credits earned from quests. Okay. We do need to drop into that system, so we'll go this way up to here and then loop around that to get down to here. This is where I'd like to build my base, but it's going to depend upon what planets are there. We may build it further in, depending on what's available. DC303H. Ideally, we want a titanium and vanadium somewhere. I should have paid a little bit more attention to the jump after this. BI4. That one? BI4, yes. Axion sector. We don't have a jump over to there yet, so IS-65. Okay, we can see over to here now. That sector is actually a bit bigger than I thought it was, which is fine. I'm going to jump over one and then come down. Again, just for the reason to draw more of the boundary. None of this is a fuel concern. But this hermit is going as far away from civilization as they can, while still remaining somewhere that's actually useful to build in. Okay, we'll go to BM38 and then head south. Such that there is a south. Okay. Oh, there's actually a link directly from here to here. So we'll scan this system fully. We'll still plan on this one, just because this one gives us a little bit more access down to here, if we need it. It has access to here, and then that's just 2 jumps away. Plus, if they do add a new sector here, this one may get a link to it. So we may be already set up. But yeah, so to LR901, and we will scan all the planets in this sector. And then we'll head south. There are 4 planets. 1 hot, 2 hot, 3 hot, 1 temperate. Or 2 hot, 1 very hot, 1 temperate. Point of interest there? No, I don't think it is. That's funny geology. It looks like there's another point of interest over here. There's obviously one there and there. Nice and obvious. Is this the very hot planet? Nope. Probably only going to be 100 degrees down at the surface. I think very hot would require it to be well above that. Okay, triple coal nodes. It's not a bad planet to have. We can make fuel here. Oh, as well as there being one over there, there's one over there. What are you? Oh, finally, we found a 4th one. I think this is obsidian. We don't have the missile launcher on, it's basalt rather. That's iron, hematite, silicate, titanium, or titanium nuggets. Calcite, I want to say. That's the inverted thing. So, source of titanium. Not necessarily a good source of titanium, but a source of titanium. Is that what was up here? Some of these were. All of these were. Actually, no. Some of these were coal. Well, at least if we need coal, any reasonable amount of coal, I think we have a place to come and grab it. That's a lot of individual clumps. We have nothing on the cold side of the planet. There are 2 other types of deposits and then 1 more or 2 types of deposits in here. Again, this information is slightly off screen. So if we head towards the green, ping as we go. Got in here. Coal. Wolfram. Alright, outcroppings. The ferrite outcroppings are somewhere else. We need to head towards yellow. But there's one more thing we're missing out and about. And in fact it's over here, it just hasn't tagged it. The right stone isn't marked yet. I got it. Okay. Let's go parabolic. Try and keep that thing not necessarily in front of us, but in a general direction where we know we're going to find it. God damn you, camera. Why'd you do this? Rotate underneath, thank you. So we actually see the thing I'm looking for. There it is. So this planet is survivable in our suit. So it is a viable location for base in a minute. Okay, there it is, Sandrite. So we can set up a coal mine there and a coal processing centre there. We could also potentially, if we have the spare footprint, ship over iron and make steel here. Which one of these is the very hot one? The grey one is the very hot one. I get the feeling we're probably not going to find titanium deposits on a hot planet. We may find sulfur deposits on a hot planet. I don't know if sulfur deposits are a thing. Okay, you can see a point of interest there, that helps. There. I wouldn't be surprised if we find a tungsten deposit on a hot planet, given that that's where we find wolfram, which is the ore of tungsten. Alright, stone, titanium. Okay. Let's head over to green. I think we've got the outcroppings, but just in case, let's get nice and close to it. Coal and iron by the looks of it. If I had to guess. You can barely see the coal. Maybe it's coal and brine. Maybe what we have here is a mercury supply nearby. We have a mercury supply nearby. There's more wolfram, which we can actually mine at the minute with the laser. Brine water geysers. So yeah, the tier 4 areas, or exploration 4 areas, just have nothing of value in them. Everything else is in a point of interest. Although it didn't tag, we must not have got close enough to the nodes. We'll have to fly by a couple more. That absolutely should have marked them. Okay, if we don't find what we need here for the rest of the stuff, we'll make a parabolic flight over to blue. Okay. Why, hello there! This looks similar to That's a different kind of plant. That is a different kind of plant. We only have 19% in our thing. Okay, so we're gonna need, damn it, how many do we need to scan? Okay, grab as many as we can until our thing is about to run out, and then get back to the ship before we set on fire. 16. 15. We're going to need to take these to a lab. There's a bunch. Greed. Grab them all. That's 5. Because I think we need 1 for the first scan. They usually have 2. So 11 for that, and then any extras we're going to need to be able to plant. That's 9. So, in theory, is enough to run them through the lab. Although the lab is going to be busy until some point tomorrow. Still got another probably 2.5 hours on the one we're running at the minute. We said another 12-hour one going. And I think we said a shorter term one going as well. 7%. We have enough time to quickly land at another one and grab a few more. Let me on. Okay, there's some more over there. Interesting, this hasn't appeared in my list of discovered things. It's getting nice and close. And pink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just before we land. Sorry, this interface isn't exactly good either. I think I do need to scan this before we get any information on it whatsoever. Ah, there we go. A rockwood combined mineral and organic components in an unusual way. It often produces complex mineral structures that are rarely found anywhere else in nature. If I could pause... If I could go back and pause and then scan them? This actually only has 1 scan requirement. Okay. Let's do it this way. Because I'm fairly sure I've seen the name of this item before. Database items. Rockwool nut. Unlocks water. Unlocks plant rockwood. Is this really just a source of water? An unremarkable natural solvent with a strong priority and... Wait, no, that's just the information water. Huh. This information is incomplete. Biological fruits. We already have this. Which gives us the oil, which we can burn for fuel. This does not appear to have a use at the minute, according to that. Still, it's a resource, and if it can be used to make water, that actually isn't necessarily a bad thing, because the furthering back to the location with 3 coal, that's a hot planet, it doesn't really have any water on it. If we can grow water, then we just have fuel there and then. We can just use that because the carbonic superfuel is water and the other thing. Okay, did this get added to our... It's still not been added down there, so I don't know if it's actually this thing. I could have sworn these are supposed to appear on the scanner list. Where was the other one? The lag. I feel like it was over here somewhere. I want to say here. No. It'll have a planet that we scanned in it, so... it would have been a hot planet as well, which that is not, so it wasn't that. It wasn't any of these. Was it this one? It might have been this one. It's 2 is missing a resource. So maybe for whatever reason these don't scan properly. Okay, we want to make a parabolic flight to blue. It's going to be almost entirely on the other side of the planet. Makes it tricky. We turn around and aim for that. To get orientation right. I don't think he was in the dark side of the planet, but... No, it should be on the edge. I'll head down here and see if we can find it. It's somewhere around here, I think. Assuming we didn't get turned around too much. There it is. We weren't that far off. More petrified groves. Titanium ore. We are still missing something. And yeah, the groves are being scanned. But there is one item missing. So I'll have a look over at yellow before heading on to the next planet. And then we've got one more planet to scan here, and then we'll try the system that we're hoping will have... I would like to have at least 2 planets with good locations for bases. Preferably a planet with titanium, or a planet with vanadium. But I will accept copper aluminium deposit. Yeah, it's those. I will accept copper aluminium deposits or dense iron and things like that as well. Okay. That should ping that. So the only thing missing here is the plant. And apparently that doesn't add correctly. So they're next, and that's the super hot planets. We've flown around so much, I'm not sure I can see... There's the point of interest. The point of interest from here. We can. Figure out the logistics of how to get like 8,000 units worth of materials from my old base to this area. I could do it 2,000 at a time. I've built the cargo capacity for it, and it's not like we need the efficiency. It's more just going to be figuring out what's going to be the best route. Magnetites. We found the 2 nodes. They are coal and iron. This is 300 degrees, so it's absolutely not a safe place for us to hang around. Buzz them, head up. Okay. There is stuff on the dark side of this planet. I really wish this shadow didn't do this. It makes it hard to tell things. We should head towards the yellow one. If we can figure out where the yellow one is. I think we're at the blue. If we head straight up a bit more, we may be able to see it. We can get rid of the halo. Where's the sun? The sun's directly in front of us. No, we're at the red. Wrong screen. We're here. Just have to have a look around and see if we can find the other one. There's the blue. So if the red was over there, and that one's blue, then there is another one about here. There. think. I might just be heading towards a patch of random land, but it looked different from orbit. Okay, we're a little ways off. There's coal over there. Did that get scanned? Yep, we got coal. We're missing 2 things. One thing from just general out and about. It's 200 degrees on this side, so I reckon our ship can probably stay cool enough. So long as we're not boosting. I know the generator's going to be generating heat as well. We might overheat slightly. Damn it. Just going to take the damage. Okay, we are still missing something. Need to head over there. Camera. Yep, making it damn impossible to keep track of the location I need to head to. Okay. There-ish. See. Oh, that's you can kind of see. That would be very, very big for a meteor crater. I suspect it's just, yeah, it's just the darkness. I can't see from up here. See how far we've overshot. What are we still missing? Oh, apparently we're still missing 2 things. It didn't count the thing we found at the other location. I bet there might be graphite in those. After the yellow one, we're miles off because the camera twisted us around. Can I get high enough up to keep our temperature cool without it messing with the camera? Can't scan anything up here. I don't think. I think we need to be under 3,000 for the scanner to work. It's not telling me it can't work, but I'm fairly sure it can't. There's our destination. Let's go up a little bit more. Bleed off a bit more heat. We're back in the sunlight now. Better or for worse? Okay. I bomb the mountain. King the mountain. we're still missing 2 kinds of resources, and the other one was back here. What did we miss? Stop rotating the ship. I need a night vision mode like Elite Dangerous. To self, grab some coal. Preferably on the next planet, if there is any. We did. I was wondering, did we just fly over the top of it? Yes, we did. Sandlight. So no, we went to the same place twice by the looks of it. There's still something that's around that we've not found. I'm almost certain that's going to be graphene, so I'm not going to worry about it. We're maxed out on our exploration level anyway. Okay, last planet. That one should be. Point of interest sitting right at the very top. We are due a cup of tea. We are going to go long. We got coal deposits, coal brine deposits, coal iron deposits. Building a base here is suicidal, though. Not unless we... how much does this give? Equip cost. Heat protection 10. I was assuming that was degrees. Is there stats anywhere that tells us temperatures, heat protection 40? It does actually say. It's just kind of cut off between the screens. Supported temperature. Okay, 261. So 5 of them is probably going to be enough to hang around on the surface of that planet. What's the temperature here? Does it actually tell me from here? No, we have to be on the planet itself. So if we wanted a carbon iron mine, we have one. Titanite. 2 kinds of ferrite. Magnetite as well. And there's some other random thing that we've not found yet. It's just out and about. Supposedly over in the green one. You might be able to find it. Although it's not explicitly at the green one. So we may find it before we get there. This is the thing we didn't have scanned. I used to think so. Let me check. Yep, that's everything. Let me stop the coal we just used. Alrighty, we're done here. There's some good planets here to be putting bases on. They're not exactly planets that we can hang around in the bases on. That one does have a link over to here as well. Or to this one specifically. OX. It's 8 o'clock, our usual stop time. We are going to keep going though, because I'm not going to stop until we place down our planets. That's a hot one and 2 temperates. We'll place down our HQ, our location for our HQ. But I need a fresh drink, so I'm going to get myself a new cup of tea. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Before we continue on, though, this buzzed at me twice a while ago. No mission available. And deliver the rest of that. Claim that. Oh, I thought that was a... That was 7 hours ago. I heard 2 notifications from here. I didn't think this one made a noise. Is my base not operating? No, this one's running. We do need to resupply this before the end of the day, though. So I should probably get one of my haulers loaded up and sent over to the exchange. But the thing that was beeping at me is this. You're on the opposite side of the map, and I would need you for the exploration mission. You're over here. There's absolutely no way I get you back to the exchange in 4 hours. Oh, we can. We can get it back to the exchange before midnight. We just have to burn a lot of fuel. And then I can send that one off. Warehouse. We're not selling those. We are selling these. Selling mainframes, and we're selling electric motors at the moment. Get your ass over to the exchange station at a leisurely pace. When is that going to run out? Chips. 3 hours. Okay, plenty of time to get that ready. Right. That is done. Right, we need to scan the planets. There is a red one behind us. That is the hot planet, wasn't it? I am not seeing a point of interest on this side of the planet. The intent of the hubris sectors is that there's going to be a lot of shipwrecks there. We have iron deposits. We have a whole bunch of things, actually. We should have been able to see that from orbit. And how we missed that. And there's nothing in yellow. But we may as well head towards yellow to get to green anyway. We found an iron deposit. There's... Ooh! I see a deposit we haven't scanned before. That could be either titanium or vanadium or something else. That's a titanium deposit. We have found one. They exist. Excellent. You did not get added to the list when I pinged you, so we'll do a flyby. Okay, there's one more thing out and about randomly, and then 7 things in points of interest. I'm gonna bet that the one thing that's out and about randomly is probably ferrite rock. Never mind, it's a geyser. I don't trust it to add it. I don't fly over it. Okay, everything else is at a point of interest, so we don't need to waste this, what remains of the scanner. How much is left on the scanner? 100 pings remain. I'll have to make a new one when we get back to base. But that'll be a task for me for another day. Or maybe after this day. There shouldn't be anything here that we haven't already found, but we'll ping it anyway just to get an idea as to what is in this crater. Mostly just a lot of shells. Green. I wonder if that means titanium only spawns on hot planets. I'm sure I've seen titanium ores on, or titanium bearing ores on temperate planets. Sandwhite and coal. And wolfram. Sandwhite, coal, wolfram. Huh. There's apparently something else in blue, then. There's still 2 more things that are not in the night side of the planet. What is that? It's big enough that I should be able to see it from space. I don't know whether or not I will be able to though. Don't rotate the ship. Camera. No. Let me look down. Damn. Why? Why do they do that? Why do they make it so bloody hard to do just a basic parabolic flight? That's where we're looking for. Stop overriding my control of the camera or the ship. It's annoying. Let me fly. Let me control the camera. Let me rotate the ship on my own. I know what I want to be doing with it. I think they played too much No Man's Skies and they took the wrong lessons away from it. Okay, so we've got some basalt rocks. There's graphite here. Did that get added to the list? Yes. So the only things that are remaining are the ones in the blue area. Need to worry too much about it. That one's nice and visible. Titanium magnemite. Okay, that's everything here. On to the greenish planet next. That's obvious point of interest. Can I see a point of interest on the dark side? No, but there's two on the equator. Or rather, two where it splits. That'll be a good starting location. Foggy, I can't see for shit. Okay, yeah, so titanium and the other thing does appear here. We're missing one thing on the light side, and there's no resources in here. There's two things presumably in here then, and then one thing in here. So let's just fly our way over to blue, because there's also two deposits. And maybe, just maybe, we have more iron and tungsten, or maybe this has copper and aluminium. We haven't seen a copper node over here. There's coal. Add the coal to the list? Coal is the thing missing from the list and it didn't get... Why does this only work sometimes? It seems to work fine on the first ping when you come down. Doesn't matter how far away you are. If it gets pinged and it gets added, then it gets added to your discoveries. But after that first ping, it's very temperamental. This is the cocoon cockpit. It's a little buggy, but I like it because if we look at it from the outside, there's no glass. This is a Gundam cockpit. But yeah, it's a little bit buggy. It unfortunately flashes if there's if you're in space and there's a light on the wrong side of it. And I mean flashes to the point where if you're epileptic, sensitive to epilepsy, then you would not want to be inside this, because I would not trust it not to trigger an epileptic shock. But also, when you land and take off, it has a few issues as well. We got here graphite. This is iron and coal, the deposit types. Okay, the yellow one must be where that is then. I can see it still thinking that the yellow one is in fact in the day side. These did not get picked up. Let's try and speed our way over to yellow a bit quicker. Now the ship randomly rotates and makes it extremely hard to figure out which way we was going. That way. Stop rotating, camera. Just allow me to turn 360 degrees. It's not that hard. I suspect it's more an engine issue. causes it to lock camera rotation like that. Assault shells. Anything else here? Nope, so now we do need to make it over to green, which is straight up on the other side of the planet, looking at that distance. So it doesn't really matter which way round we go. We just need to go around. This one's more designed for cold planets specifically, but it does reasonably well on warm planets as well, since it has an inbuilt radiator. We've been to that one. What we're looking for is going to be around here. And now the fog is in. I can't see. We'll have to go down to find it. It's somewhere about here, though. He's on the dark side, so we probably need to go further this way. How far off are we? There's red, there's green. We passed it. Are we going for yellow? No, we are going for green. Yeah, we went a little too far. Let's see our generator. The sun in sight for a bit longer. One more planet left. This one is coal and iron. That one was iron and titanium. See what's on that. There could be platinum there. And then we'll head down here and scan this one. This is the one we're hoping has everything we want. Or at least 2 or 3 planets that have things we want. Is it the Sandright? I thought that was elsewhere. Nope, it is the Sandright. We found everything now. Make sure there isn't like a shipwreck or something around. Nope. Okay, to the last planet. Which will be that one. Seeing any points of interest from here, unless that giant splotch there is one. It's a bit too big to be a point of interest though, so I think he's just a giant splotch. Okay, there's one on the light side there, while I have visibility on the dark side. There's one, right on the middle of the back. This one is just shy of 6,000 in terms of both capacity and current usage. But it's equipped for exploration, so it also has radiators on it and overclocked mining drill, scanners, some amount of cargo space, 3 lots of fuel tanks, and a couple of batteries. I think we only have a couple of basic batteries in here. Magnetites. Ooh. Hello. Huh. Okay. Everything we found is just available about on the planet. So there's nothing special in this one. We're going to need to go to these two. Before that, possible blueprints await. Please be a big one. Please be a big shipwreck. Big shipwreck. Come on, big shipwreck. Little shipwreck. I am not seeing a cargo container in the dust. No blueprints. The black box. Did I miss a cargo container? Nope. Okay, none of these are... Can't really tell, it's too dark. I only really need titanium ones of these, heavy duty ones. And they have a blue tinge to them. It's a bit too dark to be able to see that. Chips. Structural beam. Always grab the motors. I think we need to be in Exploration Zone 4's. To find heavy duty structs. Or the heavy duty version of those. No blueprints. Okay. Green, purple, or yellow all work. I've never actually tried. I always assumed it only worked on buildings. Oh! A whole bunch of wreckage and... This is what we're looking for. Blueprints! We now have way too much stuff on us. Duly noted, you can dismantle the ship itself. What was the blueprint? I don't think it was... Oh, that's perfect! We got System 2. We already had System 1, so now we can just straight up make System 2s. It's not too expensive either. We need 4 of the base ones, 8 pyrite, and then 2 cores. The base ones cost nuts and bolts, chips. Yeah, we can mass produce those if we want to. There's a tier 3 one though. I suspect, at least. Good find. Thank you for suggesting that, because I would not have thought to try the base building tool on the ship. We do, however, need to yeet some stuff. We are over capacity. We don't have access to the recycler, so we'll just throw all of that away. Okay. Purple is nearer. Let's just fly up. And hope that we can... God damn it, it's rotating me again. I hope we can figure out which way that is. They're all on the edge of the day-night line. So at least we have some idea of where to look for them. If we get far enough away, the haze largely disappears. There it is. Nice and big and obvious. There's a plateau right there. At least I think so. Or crater, that works as well. Basalt shells. That is the thing that we needed to find in the light side, so let's head towards the yellow node next. Do we have everything that's supposed to be out and about? No, we're still missing one random item that can be found. Legal, legal. Damn it. Sometimes works. I want to say that. That wouldn't have been where we was pointing though. I need more wings on this. Ah, it was there. I think there is one there as well. Who's a purple? Is there something between purple and yellow? There is, there's blue. Which might count as being partially on the dark side. So I think I can actually see... I think that one's blue. That there is yellow. It's going to be extraordinarily hard for you guys to see, given that live streams tend to come across a lot darker than they are on my side. Okay, we're in yellow. What have we got here? Titanium stuff, which I think we found elsewhere. Basic iron stuff. Whatever we were looking for is not here. We need to be at green. Which is further around. Allow the ship to rotate and try and hope we can figure it out from that. That way, I want to say. There. Actually, no, I don't think that one is it. I feel like that's the one we went down initially. I feel like that's the red one. Yeah, it's too far away from the... the day-night cycle line. Should be somewhere along there. Damned if I can see it though. Down and see how far off we are. It could be that, but that doesn't really look distinct enough. A standard point of interest. Okay. We overshot it by a mile. Wouldn't be a problem if the game didn't auto-rotate the sodding ship. Just let me keep my orientation. There it is, the mountain ahead of us. So what's in this mountaintop? Graphite. Okay. Couple of viable planets. I don't think we've found any copper yet. We've only gone through 3 planets though, or 3 systems. Coal, that's where the brine is. Coal and iron, nothing. So let's see what our hopeful system is. We are hoping something useful is there. That one over there. Sorry, I got slightly distracted by my fan making a noise. Is it that one? Yep. Okay, I see at least 3 planets. 4 planets. 1 very hot, 1 temperate, 1 temperate, 1 temperate. For the sake of speeding this up, we only care about deposits. And it looks like somebody else beat us to this location. They're landed. Whether they set up a base here or not, I couldn't tell you. Triple deposits. What have we got? That's... We have dense iron deposits, a coal deposit, and... Is that sulfuric acid? Or vitriolic? Vitriolic. So this is already a good planet. We have iron and coal and sulfuric acid and whatever else we can do with that. We didn't find any kind of ore nodes though. Just general abouts. There should be 4. Someone is sending me messages on Galactic Tycoon. There's only one person that would do that. What does Zeke the Geek want? Ah, no, he's commenting on the fact that he's trying to upgrade the flight center another time. Ooh, sulfur as well. We have 1 planet that is good. If we can get copper and aluminium, then that settles it. This system is awesome. We know we have titanium nearish. If we can also find vanadium, I'm going to see whether or not this guy is actually has a base, or is parked on top of a shipwreck. Because if they have a base, that might mean there's something on this planet worth grabbing. Like, maybe the one thing that we need that we haven't found yet. Vanadium. Is it vanadium? It is vanadium. That's a base. If they built a base, they have a reason to be here to build a base. 4? Okay, I'm seeing coal and vitriolic acid. I assume this one's the same. Yes. So what's the other double node? What else can I use the acid for? Let's have a look. Let's just glide forward for a little bit and have a quick peek. We search for that. Oh! Apparently they can be found in with vanadium deposits. Or as a triple pool, but does it just give us sulfuric acid just straight up? Yeah. Fertilizer, chemical acid, acidic fertilizer, water, sulfur. Have we found a planet that has acid and vanadium? Is that why their base is planted over there? We still need to find a source of copper and aluminium somewhere nearby here, but potentially a problem for another day. That's copper. These are coming in pairs. Copper and acid. Copper and acid. Sorry, not copper, coal. Coal and acid. No, it's got to come with something else. It can't be that if... There's still two question marks, so the other pair of nodes has to be something that isn't cold or acid. Cold, coal, coal of acid. Game doesn't say they're on the... No, it doesn't say that they're on the dark side of the planet. It would be way too convenient if it ends up being titanium and vanadium. Way too convenient. Whatever they are, they're there. They could be on the dark side. Titanium and iron. So we have a planet that has coal, titanium, iron, and vitriolic pools, and dense iron, coal, and vitriolic pools. Let's see what the other two hold. I think that gives us reason enough to build our base here. It's just a matter of like where we put the HQ, because the plan is to move over all of our bases. Maybe we put the HQ back on, or explicitly on the quad dense iron again. Okay. Probably going to be coal and vitriolic acid again. less useful. I'd prefer the acid to be, or the vitriol pulls to be on something else. Reason being, I would much rather grab the coal deposits from here because they come with triple nodes. And that just immediately solves any fuel problems or any fuel needs. And if the plant that we found earlier, the rockwood nut, can be used to make water, then we can just have that produce fuel. At least until we figure out how exactly we're supposed to produce ethylene, which is a better fuel source. Or we can just make it, turn that into carbonic fuel and then use the coal for steel when necessary. Ship it over. Okay, this is a hot planet. This system is stacked. We will give it that. I think that's coal and iron then. This is a very hot planet though. It is just within our current tolerances. There's a question mark there. That's... What is that? Is that platinum? No. Tungsten. Okay, yes, so we live here now. Tungsten isn't needed for this tier, it's needed for next. There's also coal iron deposits here, I think. Coal, tungsten... Yeah, there's coal iron. We still need to find copper aluminium. Now, this system is stacked. Tungsten, vitriol, dense iron, titanium. Every planet has something on it. Let's check these two systems here as well. We still have another going overtime already. 35 minutes. So we'll check this one and this one to see whether or not we have copper and aluminium in range. Or if we're extraordinarily lucky and there is in fact... I say lucky, whether this system is really that good and there is in fact a vanadium deposit. Evil works. We'll go here first. We counted 4 planets coming in, although one of them looks like a water world. 4 planets and an asteroid belt. I think that's a water planet. That's definitely a water planet. We've not been down to the surface of a tier 3 water planet. So we'll just ping it. There's not going to be any deposits on it. At least I'm not expecting there to be. But I could be wrong. What would be the other thing we need alongside platinum? We have tungsten. We need platinum, tungsten, and silicon. So if we can find a platinum node nearby, then that gives us access to umbendium, which is the next tier. we have brine pools in this sector. It's 2 jumps away rather than 1. That gives us access to the lightweight stuff. Okay. There's nodes here. Since when are there nodes on a water planet? There are nodes we found before. Titanium and iron by the looks of it. Yes. There's just a lot of titanium here. I don't think I would ever want to build here because I highly doubt there's enough building space. Let's have a look. See if it generates or intentionally generates flat areas around nodes. Okay, it does. I think this is smaller than a full base would be, but it's probably big enough to actually exploit these nodes. Interesting. Okay, next planet. I get the feeling if there's going to be a platinum node, it's going to be on a frozen planet. Because that's where you can find the mineral form of platinum. We have 2 very hot planets and another temperate one. Note to self, if we see some carbon, mine it. We're running out of fuel for the generator. Okay, there's at least 2 here. I thought that might have said 3 a second ago. Okay, no, it's just 2. There's a limit to how long we can stay down here. This is a very hot planet. Briny water. Oh, if there are briny water nodes here, is this a cold briny water planet? Because that would put that 1 jump away. Literally Mercury right next to us as well, and the only thing we're missing for the top tier of ship components is platinum. Skip titanium altogether. I would like to find a vanadium node though. I know they exist. Okay, we pinged it. That looks like coal and something. Tungsten? That's another coal tungsten deposit. You're nearer. I suppose there is one other sector that we should check after these 2, just to see what our nearest neighbours are. We should try these 2 as well, because this is a exploration level 2 zone. There's every possibility we'll find copper over there. If we can't find it in this, or either on this planet or the next area. I don't think we'll find any copper down there, because that's another very hot planet. But this one's temperate. This one could have copper. Copper, aluminium, vanadium. These are the things that remain. And platinum as well. Platinum will be very, very nice, but I'm not actually looking for platinum. There are 2. There is 1. Is this a triple coal node? No, can't be. This is a coal and acid node. It just didn't scan the acid. I suppose if half of these nodes also have coal on them, I don't need to explicitly go do the triple coal to mine that. It just means that we have to add additional processing facilities, or rather than centralize the processing facilities, we'll just have to have either ship the coal somewhere to be processed, or add all the infrastructure we need to process it on site. It's really going to come down to available foot space, footprint, and how many of each thing we need to process it. Because a coal mine produces one coal every 40 seconds, which in theory on its own is enough to power 3 generators. And generators are significantly more space efficient than solar plants are. Solar plants get you 1 power or 1 footprint for a total of 10. Generators are 3 footprint for 40 power. Okay, there's no deposits here. Thing just to see. Oh, coal. We do shipwreck. This is hot planet. This is. We'll take some damage doing this. We do not have the storage space for it. It seems such a waste. I see a container. Ah, that's not a container. We are very slowly taking damage. This is slightly hotter than we can survive, and we're about to lose our shielding, actually. So we need to make some more. Where are we? I am going to take a screenshot of that. I can come back later when I have an empty cargo hold and I've replaced my thermal shielding. And then we can pick it up. But I'm not even seeing a black box. They're big and they're red and it could very well be inside this rock. We can walk through these rocks. Can we fly through these rocks? There it is. Found the black box. They cunningly hid it inside of a giant rock. I am glad they don't have collision. I wasn't sure whether or not the ship would collide with it. I know that we can walk through them. I have never tried actually flying a ship through it. But no, there it is. Okay. We'll try this one. And then we'll have a peek down on these two. Just because they're 1 jump away. What is the fuel requirement for that? 50 and 60. Versus to go to here. 30. It's actually going to be cheaper to go to these two. So we'll check these ones. We'll check all 3 of them. I do think we are probably going to rebuild the base on... Or we'll place the corporate HQ, what will be the corporate HQ, down on the quad dense iron patch. And then I can use my personal bases as mining bases elsewhere. And then start dipping into the corporate bases as I need them. HY14. But let's continue our hunt for vanadium and or copper. Copper aluminium also useful. Although we don't actually need copper anymore. Ah, pipes. Damn it. We don't have an alternate recipe for pipes, we just have an alternate recipe for wires. What we got? 1 hot planet. Maybe 3 temperate? I don't think that's a cold planet. That's hot. That's temperate, temperate, temperate. Okay. So, just for general information, my current stream schedule is that I'm only streaming this once a week, but I am playing between episodes. This is why I want to get the location for my HQ sorted. There is one type of node here. It is in range, and we've discovered it before. It's dense iron. Yeah, so I want to get that location down so that between this episode and next, I can move over all of my bases from effectively the other side of the solid map at this point. That's how far we've gone. If you've joined us after the fact, I wanted to move into Hubris Alpha, but there's literally nothing of value in there compared to stuff we can get elsewhere. So I wanted to move into here. We're currently here on Moor. These are our 2 bases. So we spent most of the episode flying around trying to find a decent location. And we've settled to go with Idle, because at the minute, there's a massive gap in the map here that stops it from being a nice circle. And I'm betting that the next zone that the developers add is going to slot in right here, which is why I want to build a base in this area now. But yeah, we've got to move these 2 bases all the way from over here over to there, or over to here, and reset them up again. So that will be my task between episodes. On Tuesday and Thursday, which is the other 2 days I stream, I've overflown planet. Where is it? Which one was we aiming for? I don't think we was aiming for any of them. I'll go for that one. My Tuesday and Thursday stream, we're going to be continuing Outworld Station. We're probably not going to get that finished this week, but we're going to get very close, I suspect. I haven't yet decided what my next game for my major playthrough is going to be, but we will be coming back to this next Saturday. Although what we're going to do, I don't know yet. We'll see how much progress we've made between the episodes. Again, we have a singular type of node here. Singular kind of deposit. It's in range. It's triple coal. That's nice to see. That gives us options. We don't need to go two jumps away if we want to make a full coal mine now. That is useful. Useful to know. Wait, no, this is 2 jumps away. It's just nearer 2 jumps, isn't it? It is here to here rather than here to here. I am suspecting, though, we are going to have to move our copper mines into one of the exploration level 2 zones nearby. I suspect that's where we're going to be able to find copper aluminium. I wonder if we'll be able to find... There's a really nice node back from over here as we have a collision course with the planets. Is it in here? I think it was like dense copper and 2 other things. Dense copper, coal and iron. I think it was 2 dense copper, 1 coal, 1 iron. Okay, we have no deposits here. I don't think. No. Last planet's checking this one. Where was it? Over there. this, we're heading to HD966F. How's our fuel? We're fine. We're not that far away from a refueling station. That one over there. No, HD 966, that one over there. Okay, I didn't check to see if there was a deposit before I pinged. Doesn't look like there's any deposits here. Oh no, there is. Coal iron deposits, which means there's a pair of them nearby. Yeah, one of each. Okay. Standard coal iron deposit. CZ, HD, I want to say that one. HD9, not HN94. Five planets. We have a hot, we have a hot, we have a very hot, we have 4 hots and 1 temperate. It's a good job we're not looking to do full scans, otherwise we would not have enough time to do all of this. Okay. Triple. One of them is nearby. Triple coal. Oh, if that's a triple coal, what is that? Coal, vitriol. Ooh. So what's the final thing? None at the minute. I need to go make some more. I had 4, but they all got destroyed when we was looking at that last ship. So this planet has triple coal nodes, coal and vitriolic pools. What's that last one? If a deposit was on the dark side of the planet, I'm fairly sure it would flag it. It's on the moon side. Again, coal, we should check. In fact, we should check the triple coal. It's unlikely. Triple coal plus something else seems excessive. Okay, that's a vitriol pool. It is just triple coal. Okay. Where's the sun? We are heading in the direction of the dark side. It's iron. Coal, iron, coal vitriol pools, and triple coals available on this planet. And let's get close enough to tag it. And get out of here. Yes, good. That is the planet I want to be heading to. This is the other hot one. These three are hot. That one was very hot. And that one's temperate. I think that's a... No, I think that's just a marking. It's not a point of interest. That could be a point of interest. Hard to see and also not relevant. 1, 2, 3. We will angle to head to that one. Next. One. It is one we have seen before. Quad dense iron. I'm gonna check something. We can put a patch slot on that. Ah, we can't on that, but I think we can the big version. Just thinking where I can, or what would be good to put system 2s on. We have 2 patches. 1 patch. Coal. That probably means coal in a pool. Oh! Not the pool I was expecting. We have a source of mercury within 2 jumps. Hello. What is my current heat tolerance? Now that I don't have anything's 0 to 50. I need to make 5 of them. Again, we don't have the cargo space for this, so we will do. It's only a small one. There's a lot of random crap around. I am not seeing a black box. There it is. It's because it's a red planet, it's hard to see. Okay, so, well, this one's going to be nice and easy to find. Screenshot. We'll come back later. And we actually have thermal protection and storage space. Okay, 2 planets left, yes. I'm getting a sneaking suspicion we're not going to find any copper in this area. And that begs the question as to whether or not we can get vanadium in this area. I know that I found actual vanadium ore, not mine, not a deposit. Here. Which makes me wonder whether or not there's going to be a vanadium deposit in here. Given that I've never seen a titanium deposit in a exploration 2 area. I would be surprised if there's a vanadium one there. Okay, this is the temperate planets. They're both nearby and they're both being scanned before, which probably makes that iron. Yep. Iron and coal, nice and quick. Over to the next very hot one. Which I want to say was over there until the camera started rotating. That is not it. That is... there it is. And we have one more system nearby to check. Even if we don't find vanadium, we probably are going to move things over here. We're just going to have to go a little bit further afield to find our copper and aluminium, which is the main thing we're missing to get general production up and running again. We are heating up very quickly here. 2 nodes, we found one. That's tungsten. Okay, get some height. Try and go as straight up as we can though. Target's down there. Now we need to turn around in such a way that we don't lose track of where we're looking. Right. 300 degrees, goddamn. Probably a little off. This might be where it is. We pinged it. It's something we've already got. It's brine. Tungsten and brine. It's not necessarily a bad thing because the other one we found was tungsten and coal, and we've already got plenty of coal elsewhere. So tungsten and brine isn't necessarily a bad pairing. The problem is simply building a base on that planet. Our ship is going to set on fire if we don't immediately land. And we're going to need like 6, maybe 7 thermal protections to survive down there. And we're going to have to keep replacing them anytime we want to update the base. HN91. Last system to check. And then we'll drop the base down. I saw 4 planets coming in. Indeed. I was really hoping one of those was be a cold one. Have we found any cold planets in this area yet? Because again, I get a sneaking suspicion Platinum's going to be on a cold planet. Not so far. But there's still plenty of systems here that we've not explored. Task for me to do tomorrow. 2 hots, 2 temperates. No very hots. Come on, copper aluminium. Any form of copper aluminium would be good. Hell, I'd take a quad dense copper as well. We don't have to mine all the copper. we have no deposits. Just ping to get the random things. Why is that? Why the glow? That one looks like it's doing the same thing, just this random glow on the bottom right when the sun's over there. There would be a point of interest if it wasn't interested in the strange glowing part of the planet. It's probably nothing. We actually are still in the light side. We have 2 deposits. Both of them we've seen before, which will probably make it iron and coal. Yes. Still no copper. I'm honestly not expecting to find copper on a hot planet. Copper is a kind of lowish melting point. Not as low as some metals, but it's not anywhere near as high as iron. Isn't the 3rd planet or 4th planet behind it? Yeah, no, it is. Do we have anywhere near enough stuff on us? No, we need to bring over a large amount of concrete or find a place to make it. That's something I've not been paying attention for. I think I have seen some sandstone. I've not seen sandstone deposits, but I don't care about that. I mean sandstone in general. I think I've seen some sandstone in general around. 3. 2 in range. Over there. That looks like iron and titanium. That was not what I thought it was. That one over there is iron and titanium. Just double check. Yeah, it's not indicating that it's on the dark side, so it should be on this side. It's a good job I came over to check. So there's iron and titanium, coal and iron deposits in this map. The planet was that way, I want to say. Let's go upward. Nope, we're well off. Distinctly getting the feeling that we're not going to find any copper in this area. Hopefully we can find some in the neighbouring area. I wonder how close you can place two bases. The place we was thinking of putting down our base is the one that also has another type of node nearby that was used for this. Dense iron and then coal and vitriolic pool. Survey says 2 nodes. They are iron and titanium. Yeah, okay. I will be surprised if there's any coal anywhere in this sector then. Sorry, not coal. Copper or aluminium anywhere in this sector. We may still be able to find vanadium, but we may be better off just scanning all the planets in here. Did we ever actually find... We landed on a couple of planets, but only a couple of them. That was coal and iron. That is coal and brine pool. That one had nothing. That is brine pool, coal and iron. Was there a coal planet on any of here? Temperate. 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 I do feel our best bet for copper is going to be over here. None of the planets for the systems we've been in are listed as cold though. Okay. We didn't drag a base kit all the way out here not to put it down somewhere. I think it goes down here, where the dense iron node is. Let's try not to park too close to the other person we saw on this planet. Let's see if we can't find a place that also has coal and vitriolic pools nearby. Because I can always set up a temporary base there, just to get some early coal, while we decide what to do with the rest of it. Let's head towards that. Quick if we go up and over. I can't remember where the other person placed their base. Point of interest was somewhere around here. Just in case there's some useful materials that are in one of these points of interest that that could be counted as being in the dark side. That we can just keep popping into and farming. Did we overshoot? That's blue. I think we must have overshot. The red is behind us. Not by too far. I want to still be, or the base obviously still wants to be on the light side. Just the potential access to solar power. There's cold and fluid. That's probably too far that way. There's a couple more of those. Yeah, there's a number of reasons it's mixed. One of them is because it's listed as a single player and an MMO, so people thought they could play offline. But the developers have never made such an assertion. They've always said that it's effectively an online-only game. And the 8th word of the description, in fact, says online. So that's where one of the annoyances comes from, at least. One of the more frequent annoyances may be the fact that the servers have been a bit problematic sometimes. They've obviously been fine this entire stream. We've had no issues. But when they've updated the servers, there's usually some kind of problem that's caused the servers to keep going down again and again and again. And the devs haven't exactly been good with communicating when it's going down, how long for. There's a notification that comes up telling you the servers are due for scheduled maintenance, but it doesn't say when. So I suspect that's peeving a bunch of people as well, reasonably. We have found another shipwreck. We do not have the storage capacity for what's in this shipwreck. Okay, there's not actually anything useful in that point of interest. So we should check. Wasn't there another one? We should check near the green one, I suppose. There's a big shipwreck, a small shipwreck. Small shipwreck. But again, our inventory is full, so we will just open up the map, get our location, screenshot, and then head towards green and see about building our base over there. Anything useful over here. Be able to see it by now. Difficult to say. It's still... It does look fantastic, but the worlds could do with more variety. They are very, very samey at the moment. I mean, I'm enjoying it, but then it's like survival crafter kinds of games, and it has that kind of feel to it. Even though there's not really much in the way of survival mechanics. I also like factory building games, and there's a decent factory building element to this. It's very grindy, but I don't mind that. I play idle games. So I get the feeling that there's going to be kind of a niche for this particular game. And either you're going to like it or you're not. It's really going to come down to how well they expand things. So we have some titanium here. You're probably not going to get an Elite Dangerous feel from this. I mean, I came came straight off the back of Elite Dangerous and started playing this. And the flight model leaves something to be desired if you've come from Elite Dangerous, I will put it that way. I feel like they're borrowing from No Man's Skies, even though No Man's Skies is borrowing from Freelancer, and they've not borrowed it well. In my opinion. Okay, I want to set down somewhere around here. We don't really need those. If I could find a place that's a little bit closer to that, that would be good. We have drifted a little bit away from the day-night line. Put a base too much further that way than this, we're not going to be able to use solar panels. I agree. Give us control over the roll and give us true 360-degree camera control. Stop auto resetting or trying to... I don't want to be forcing the camera because I can't look any further up than that. Just let me keep going over. Loop over myself if I want to. Okay, I think that one over there really is the nearest one we're going to get. Also, just like they are borrowing some things from No Man's Skies, they should borrow the thing from No Man's Skies that makes the flight modeling that good. Mouse tracking, not direct mouse movement. Allow me to put a pointer. Can I get up? Can't remember if I can deliberately get a cursor. Yeah. Allow me to like pull the ship this way, this way, this way to indicate which way I want it to turn. So I can control turning that way. Okay, I think we go for this one. It's a little further away than that, and is there not one slightly closer? Really is as close as we're going to get. So it's that one. Our base goes here. This is where HQ will be. Where's the sun? Sun's there. There's our nodes. They're all relatively close together. Let's park on top of them. I do wish when placing down there is a lot of random debris around here that's going to cause problems. Other than the fact that we can walk right through them, they are going to clip into our buildings because they don't get removed when we build over the top of them. There is supposed to be a way... Oh, did we not buy it? No, we did buy it. I vaguely remember... I know I can transfer things between the Corpo and myself. I thought there was a way to just directly build... There it is, deploy for corporation. So... Node there, node over there, node over there. Where's the fourth one? 1, 2, 3. 4 is over there. I kind of wish when placing this down, it would show me the ring that is the base limit. Either way, it wants to be placed this way. Because I kind of want those nodes to be at the back of the base, right at the back of the base. I want to put a shipyard directly up next to this. And maybe the storage containers nearby. But I need to make sure those at the back are actually in building range. Can I zoom out any further? We can. The building range is actually pretty damn large. I am going to take a risk. Here. Nope, they're in range. We could have gone a little bit further. There's one there. And the other one's actually slightly nearer. And that one's in range as well. Good. I still worry about these clipping through everything. But we are over stream length by almost 2 hours now. We have claimed our HQ location. Now I kind of wish to know how big the HQ building is, so I can allocate a spot somewhere nearby this for it. The shipyard can go straight here. We'll literally just attach it directly to here. And then production and things can go out this way. And that way. Yeah, I don't think this game has VR at the minute. I don't have my VR set up on this particular computer either. This room isn't big enough to have the lighthouses in it. Well, it is big enough, there's just not really the places to put them or the sockets to power them. I am, however, wanting to get a valve frame which will solve that problem entirely, and I can get back into VR. But yeah, we have our new location. So between this episode and next, I will move over my 2 other bases. We will find somewhere we can get copper from. I will try to find somewhere we can get vanadium from. We'll probably build 1, if not 2 more corporate bases. So we're either going to have 4 or 5 more bases in this region. Most of them are probably going to be here. We may have 1 or 2 over here. It depends on if we can find vanadium and where it is. But I need to figure out what the hell I'm going to do about all the materials that are currently back at the old base. This one's been deployed for the HQ. We can obviously also get vitriolic pools here and coal deposits if we want. We have titanium and iron over there. We have tungsten over here if we want it. We have options. Too many options. Problems for another day that I will figure out. So yes, thank you very much. Let's try again that again. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Tuesday from 2 PM BST onwards. We'll be continuing our playthrough of Outward Station. We'll be playing this again next Saturday. So hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.